That's exactly what it is.
Hey, welcome back to the 13th Dum-Dum. It's a weekly celebration we have here at the Hotel Orloff. Today, we're watching this historic press conference that apparently is all scripted from Biden. Let's see, it's supposed to be really historic. If he doesn't do well today, they're saying it could be the end of his presidency. So I'm watching Alex Jones's feed of it.
World War II. Every American. It's like a sign that he wants to start World War III and stay in power or something. The world savior with NATO?
Sorry, you guys doing?
Actually, no, I'm not, Joe. It's like Germany with Russia in World War II. Russia defeated Germany. I mean, exactly. Now Ukraine is actually the descendants of the Nazis are fighting. Sure, because of our own answers. I believe NATO starts World War III. Joe Biden says we're safer because of NATO. Okay. Still, by the way, Ukraine's not a member of NATO, so there's that. Yeah, you lose the maps. If Russia was moving up against Europe, and China was, but instead it's NATO moving up against Europe.
So looks like Gotham City Comics is here, and a couple other people who are anonymous.
We had a great economic report.
This won't last more than 15 minutes, so.
Overall prices fell last month. So this is my big boy press conference. In 3 years. Alex, do you know how much do you know how much inflation dropped? Do you know? Well, no. They have a report. Do you know what the number is? No. 0.1%. And that's manipulating numbers. 0.1%. Inflation since Joe Biden took office, minus 0.1% is 19.9%.
Anyway, so how are you guys doing? Oh, you're doing wonderfully, right?
But you know they game all that. It doesn't matter. The average American is paying more for gas, more for energy, more for. You don't have to tell me. I can't pay my bills. Another $2,500 a year is a tax of $2,500 a year. Second, no, the good news is everybody's working. Republicans and Democrats have worked on because he thought.
Oh, someone tuned out. We had 5 people, now we have 4.
No, you want to end the Steve Trump said don't do an amnesty deal. You're lying shit last month. As a consequence, working with Mexico, border encounters have gone down over 50%. The current level is lower today than when Trump left office. Third, guys, pull up border encounters under Trump was a long time record low since I was in America. To secure a ceasefire in Gaza. He is telling us something. Bring to his home to create a path for peace and stability in the Middle East. 6 weeks ago, he laid out a detailed plan in writing. It was endorsed by the UN Security Council, the G7. Let's go back to the frameworks that now agreed on by both Israel and Hamas. Seriously. So send my team in the region to hammer out the details. Make the show more. This is great news. Border secure and making progress. The trend is positive. And I'm determined to get this deal done and bring an end to this war, which should end now.
So anyway.
Let me conclude where I began.
No, it's a press conference that it's a NATO press conference, but they said this men are calling this his people are calling this big boy press conference. And if he does well tonight, I mean, it's how his performance tonight is very important as far as whether he continues on. They're running.
For the NATO summit a little bit this week.
Okay, they're asking questions.
Suggesting that your decision on whether to stay in the race was still open. George Clooney and a handful of lawmakers have already stepped aside. Tonight, the UAW leadership is concerned about your ability to win.
UAW just endorsed me, but go ahead.
Thank you. My question for you is, how are you incorporating these developments into your decision to and separately, what concerns do you have about Vice President to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Wow. Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be Vice President. He's the most qualified to be president. I'll start there. Number one. The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president
Did he just call Kamala Harris President Trump? Or did I hear that wrong?
He wouldn't have picked Trump as vice president. He could win. I think it's a good pick. I'm sure I go with Trump. Yeah. The idea that Biden could be his senators. I might vote Biden if Trump was his VP. Because Trump would eventually be president. Ticket is not unusual. And I might add, there are at least 5 presidents running or incumbent presidents. Notice as soon as they turn the teleprompter off, he goes, he's a gibbering idiot. Later in the campaign. You're gonna whisper. There's a long way to go. This campaign. Long way to go. I'm just going to keep moving. Keep moving. And because, look, I got more work to do. I got more work to finish. There's so much, we've made so much progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically, right? The idea. Name me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade. The idea. We created over 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million. I mean, so things are moving. We got more to go. Working class people still need help. Corporate greed is still large.
I love they do this, Alex. It's the greatest economy ever, but also people are really struggling, and only I can help them.
We're coming down. Remember what he said? Gas stations are why your costs. So anybody that knows anything knows the average gas station loses money on gas. They make money on lottery tickets and cigarettes.
We still have 4 people.
And soda pop.
He's back to his
Thanks.
So let's go back.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about your, you mixed up Presidents Zelensky and Putin earlier today. And you now have sort of your key allies, including the British.
You also just said Trump was your VP.
The German Chancellor having to step in and make excuses for you on that. And officials here are saying off the record that your decline has become noticeable. Hasn't this now, frankly, become damaging for America's standing in the world? Thank you. Did you see any damage to our standing in my leading this conference? Have you seen a more successful conference?
Oh, he's mad now.
And the move to the Putin piece, I was talking about Putin, and I said, and now, at the very end, I said, here, I mean, Putin, I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky. And then I added 5 other names. Look, guys, the idea that anybody suggests that we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference? I don't sound too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, been thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of Biden.
Yeah, oh, they went on money. What do you know? Joe is going to cut us another check. Wow.
Well, anyway.
Oh, there it is.
I thought it was the most successful conference I've attended. Finding a leader who didn't think it was. Next one. Sorry, Nancy Cordish.
Back to the script.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned other instances in history where presidents have faced a challenge. What makes this moment in history so unique is that it is not your enemies who are calling on you to reconsider your decision to stay in the race. It's your friends, supporters, people who think you've done a great job over the past 4 years. Have you spent time thinking about what it would mean for your legacy, which you've worked decades to build, if you stay in the race, despite the concerns that voters say they have, and you lose to someone who you yourself have argued is unfit to return to the Oval Office?
Look, I'm not in this for my legacy.
Oh, yeah, right.
I'm in this to complete
10% is the big guy.
As you recall, understandably, many of you and many economists thought my initial initiatives that I put forward can't do that, it's going to cause inflation, things are going to skyrocket, that's going to go up. What are you hearing now from mainstream economists? 16 economic Nobel laureats.
51 people said the laptop's not real.
And undermine
This whole person said it's like a fax machine.
You're not paying more for food. You're not paying more for gas. You're not paying more for grocery bill. You're not paying more for electric bill. Somebody on television said you weren't.
Stop the trickle-down economic theory. As the wealthy did very well, everybody else would do well. My dad was a well-read, decent guy. I don't remember much trickling down.
We're watching Biden's press conference.
People and working class people need help. And
So see, everybody needs help, Alex.
able to what I believed when I was a senator. And that is that
The way to build this economy is from the middle out and the bottom up. That way, we grow the economy. And the wealthy still do very well. They do fine. And guess what? If I mean economist, mainstream economists,
By the way,
we have
99% of the billionaire money goes to him, not Trump.
And so we got more to do. We got to finish the job. And by the way, I come from the corporate stage of the world. Delaware has more corporations and revenue in Delaware than every other state in the nation combined. I'm not anti-corporate.
I doubt that's
Corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. Doubled. It's time to get back in
because
order.
they ran a scam that he ran.
It's time, for example, if I'm reelected, we're going to make sure that rents are kept at 5% increase in corporate rents for apartments and the like and homes are limited to 5%. We're going to make a lot of changes that I've been talking about because we're going to continue to grow this economy. And by the way, I know, remember how I got so roundly criticized for being so pro-union, not labor, union. Well, guess what? I've been the most pro-union
It's only so
president in history. Not a joke. And guess what? We had the Treasury Department do a study.
He's had all those buzzwords.
When unions do better, everybody does better. Everybody does better.
Take the
We
shot.
talk about how, for example, when we talked about getting the computer industry back in the United States,
Shower,
it
baby.
used to be 40% of the industry. We invented the chip. 40% of the industry was in the United States. And former presidents decided that the best way to do it is find the cheapest labor in the world, send the product over there and import what the product was.
You were senator.
So
What
what
that
did I
happened,
do?
Joe?
I was told not to go over to Europe, to Asia, including Europe, but Asia. And I remember going to South Korea, convincing them to invest.
But look at how his face is like. Like he gained 10 pounds. They put so much blood into him. It's like Lance Armstrong blood up, folks. What you do with this? Queen of England does it. Before she died, her mother did it. He is blood up. He has got just surging blood in him from like 10-year-olds.
So the whole idea here is we've invested over $50 billion in investment in computer chip manufacturing just coming in a bead.
The drinking game is every time he says idea.
Thought that would happen.
He normally does it.
What about when it
Thought
whispers?
that would happen.
You drink that.
It's happening.
Was
It's
this
going to grow economies. All three, and by the way, red states and blue states. Manufacturers are much in red states.
So what? He went on 2.5 hours late.
So my generic point
He
is
kept moving it back.
that
It was originally 4:30, he went on at 6:30.
we can't.
So he's gone 14 minutes.
Build and grow the economy.
Place bets now. I bet he goes 45 minutes. What do you think?
From my standpoint,
He'll be done by 7 local.
when the middle class does
Seven.
well,
He's done in 17 minutes.
the whole
Yeah.
economy grows.
16 minutes.
Yeah.
Quarter of a shot, if you do well.
I think you get another 25 out of it.
Paying your taxes.
Sir, you mentioned your Vice President Kamala Harris will be ready to serve on day one. Can you elaborate on that? What is it about her attributes and her accomplishments over the last 4 years that make her ready to serve on day one if necessary?
First of all, the way she's handled the issue of freedom of women's bodies to have control of their bodies. Secondly, her ability to handle almost any issue on the board. She's what they call a prosecutor. She was a first-rate person, and in the Senate, she was really good.
Especially with
I
blacks
wasn't
and
picked unless I thought she was qualified to be president. From the very beginning, I made no bones about that. She is qualified to be president. That's why I picked her. Lisa Forbes, Financial Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. Presidency is the most straining job in the world, and it's 24/7. How can you say you'll be up for that next year, in 2 years, in 4 years?
The big takeaway is he's 2.5 hours late. All the knives are out for Biden.
So admits I've acknowledged that.
There's been reporting that you've acknowledged that you need to go to bed earlier and your evening around 8.
That's not true.
Look, he told the governor that he has a brain problem. He literally said, I have a problem, it's my brain.
Every day, starting at 7 and going to bed at midnight. It'd be smarter for me to pace myself a little more. And I said, for example, the 8, 7, 6 stuff, instead of starting a fundraiser at 9 o'clock, start at 8 o'clock. People get to go home by 10 o'clock. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, and if you look at my schedule since I made that campaign in the debate, I mean, My schedule has been full bore.
He stole the election. He's a puppet. It's blood up in their face.
Before he hits the ball. I mean, look,
Play golf with him.
I've done virtually nothing. And I've
Trump has learned to be a 20-year-old man. Trump just spoke for 2 hours earlier. He just literally said Trump is low energy. Yeah, right. Energizer Bunny.
And so I just think it's better.
Let's just keep the video on Trump. Hold Energizer Bunny. In fact, I want a meme. I want to put Trump's head on Energizer Bunny. I want it by tomorrow.
Just to keep
On
going.
the Friday show, 11 a.m. Central. I want that. I want it now. I want it on X now.
In the next
Trump versus I want to show Trump as the Energizer Bunny.
2 weeks before.
And then how we train.
A few people watching.
Biden and his old man like just barely punching the bag.
We show a sloth. A sloth on a tree with his head.
I'll answer the comments later.
And things all the time. Very
Oh, he's whispering. Oh, let's go back to him.
catching hell from my wife. Yeah, anyway, I'm sorry,
Uh-oh.
Miller, Associated Press.
Every question is about.
Two questions for you. First, on the NATO summit, President Zelensky, in your meeting with him, he pressed you to lift your limitations on the Ukrainian use of American weapons, saying that in his public remarks afterwards, saying that Ukraine cannot win the war unless those limitations are lifted. Are you reconsidering your position on that? And then secondly, following up on Felicia's question there, leaders of your own party have said that they're not worried about that debate. They're worried about the next bad night and the bad night after that. How can you reassure the American people that you are up to the task and that there won't be more bad nights at a debate stage or somewhere else?
Which shows they're done with Biden.
About Zelensky asking for the ability to strike deep into Russia. We have allowed Zelensky to use American weapons in the near term, in the near abroad, into Russia. Whether or not he should be attacked, for example, should Zelensky, he's not, but if he had the capacity to strike Moscow, strike the Kremlin, would that make sense? It wouldn't. The question is, what's the best use of the weaponry he
He
has?
said that's World War III a year and a half ago. But they're doing.
I've gotten more long-range capacity as well as defensive capacity. And so our military is working on following the advice of my commander-in-chief,
Hold on. It's Commander-in-Chief.
staff of the military, as well as
Yes,
the Secretary of Defense and our intelligence people. And we're making a day-to-day basis on what they should, how far they should win. It's a logical thing to do. Second question related to
Bad nights, sir. How can you reassure the American people that you won't have more bad nights, whether they be on a debate stage or it's a matter of foreign policy?
Well, I tell you what, the best way to assure them is the way I assure myself. And that is, am I getting the job done? Am I getting the job done? Can you name me somebody who's gotten more major piece of legislation passed in 3.5 years? I created 2,000 jobs just last week.
Oh, yeah, right.
So if I slow down, I can't get the job done. That's a sign that I shouldn't be doing it. But there's no indication of that yet. None. What do we got here? Eric, Polska Radio.
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you?
Well,
The elections in the US have consequences around the world. You have pretty high standing in Europe. I just asked President Macron about you, and he said we are happy to have him as the President of the United States. But there is a concern. Many people in Poland and across Europe are worried that the former president may win the election.
Oh, no.
And there's a lot of concern that Donald Trump may weaken NATO,
Oh, no.
stop supporting Ukraine,
You take our
or
money,
push
you need
Ukraine
that money.
to give up territories to Russia.
you're correct.
And yourself was warning
We
just 2
need
minutes
the
ago.
US money and weapons. We need it. We need it. Give us. Give us.
The question is, Do you think that Europe will be left on its own if Donald Trump wins the election? And what's your
Europe
advice?
can't be on its own. We need all the American money. We need you, America. Give us all of your stuff. Give us everything. If you attack Putin, you fight back. Now we need the war regime.
I think, how can I say this without sounding too self-serving?
Oh,
I've not had any of my European allies come up to me and say, Joe, don't run. What I hear them say is, you've got to win. You can't let this guy come forward. It'd be a disaster. It'd be a disaster.
killing World War III.
I mean,
We can't have that, Joe.
I think he said at one of his rallies,
Well, that money be laundered. He'll stop it.
where NATO, I just learned about NATO or something to that effect. Foreign policy has never been his strong point. And he seems to have an affinity to people who are authoritarian. That worries, as I should tell you, Paul, that worries Europe. That worries Poland. And nobody, including the people of Poland, thinks that if he wins in Ukraine, he's going to stop in Ukraine. But that's going to be the end of it. And so what I can say is, I think I'm the best qualified person to do the job.
I'll say this. He's doing a terrible job, but his C minus, he's like an A plus compared to other stuff. They put him on a bunch of blood, a bunch of drugs. Twice 2.5 hours later, they got him ready to go. And he's doing a terrible job, but compared to the normal Biden, it's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, he's great on a curve.
He got elected in Geneva. And he was talking about what we should do, what we could have be in Eastern Europe, et cetera. And I said, you're looking for the Finlandization of Ukraine. I said, you're going to get the NATOization of Finland. And about 4 weeks later, I got a call. No, that's not true. Probably 5 months later, from the president of Finland, could he come and see me? Because in my office, I invited him to the Oval Office. We sat down and talked. He said, you want to join NATO? Could I help? And I did. It wasn't automatic.
You're about to get $10 million.
From the Swedes.
Yeah, Finland's like, hey, how do I get some of this money from NATO? How do I get some of this cash? I can get some of this cash.
And so Finland joined NATO. 800-mile border is a significant, and they were already allies, but they weren't part of NATO.
It's completely out of his mind, but I'm just saying this.
I think you heard maybe.
I mean, he already called
public.
Zelensky Putin today. He already called Trump his VP, so he's already, well, compared to what it could be going, let's be honest, this is only a disaster.
Decided they had to be part of NATO. It was in our interest because of the joint ability to be together, just to sway any attack on Finland. And the same thing was with Sweden.
Oh yeah, Russia's gonna attack Finland. Only if Finland starts attacking the Russians.
Meanwhile, the wide open borders.
TV 7 years ago on CNN with Freezer Kyrie and say we attacked the Russians and we're gonna get a war going with them. Putin shouldn't have gone in actually. But my God, NATO admits they started it, folks. Jesus. Oh, and I'm not gonna do this. You kick my ass. I traded punches. You almost broke my arm. If I walked over and punched you in the nose and you kicked my ass, I started it, right, Owen?
Or not even like that. If somebody gets in your face, it's like just get in your face. Like, yeah,
Let's
cool.
see what's going on here.
Like, just get in your face. Not even then you're.
Our last.
You know, that's what NATO. They're just in their face. Like, yeah, come on, Russia, come on, hit me, Russia.
Is this the Dum-Dum for tonight? Yes, it is. This is what I'm doing. Justin, congrats on getting live back.
Okay.
So Dum-Dum I want to watch this, man, because this is historic. So we'll get to showing the stupid comic books in a little bit. Gotham City Comics. Takes a lot of time to destroy a country. Better heads on boils.
They could take the East.
But imagine, as they sit here and they talk, oh, NATO, strong borders, NATO, strong border. All of Europe's borders are wide open.
I mean, you clicked on something that said Dum-Dum, so it's probably the Dum-Dum.
Turns out it's massive war crimes. Let's go back to Biden. Yeah, he's doing that.
The NATO declaration that was issued yesterday was very notable because it described China as a decisive enabler of the war in Ukraine for its provision of critical goods to the Russians. That's part of a broader partnership that seems to have cemented in place in the past 2 or 3 years. I think one that you were a little bit doubtful of when we asked you about it some time ago. So I'd be interested to know whether
China's doing drills in Belarus right now.
now of trying to interrupt the
They also
partnership
have bases in Tajikistan.
and
North of
whether
Ukraine.
in a second term you would pursue that, if you could describe that strategy to us. And along the way, could you also tell us whether you think, just to follow up on Felicia's question, that if you were in a room with Vladimir Putin again, the way you were 3 years ago,
It was today.
or with President Xi, that a few years from now you will be able to go negotiate with them, handle them one-on-one?
Well, the first part of the question is, we discussed and I raised in the NATO summit and others raised the future of China's involvement.
So these are pre-prepared.
This guy's sold out to China.
What they're doing with Russia,
Pre-prepared. You just saw, you look down, the budget's ripped.
facilitating them, they're getting access to additional, they're not supplying weapons themselves. They're supplying mechanisms for them to be able to get weapons. And China's position is basically, and I've spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader has,
I believe that.
over 90 hours since being vice
He's
president.
put a lot of money in your bank account.
And by the way, I handed all my notes. But my point is that
He handed in all his notes to Xi.
believes that China is a large enough market that they can entice any country, including European countries, to invest there in return for commitments from Europe to do A, B, C, or D, or not to do certain things. What's happened is we had a long discussion about what we cannot, you have to make it clear, China has to understand that if they are supplying Russia with information and capacity, along with working with North Korea and others,
Which they are.
to help Russia in armament, that they're not going to benefit economically as a consequence of that by getting the kind of
Well, they're
investment
ignoring
they're
that.
looking for. And so, for example, we're in a situation where and we've reestablished direct contact with China after that. Remember the balloon, quote unquote,
Oh,
going down?
reestablished.
Something came to an end.
The spy balloon that you let
We
spy.
set up a mechanism. There's a direct line between Xi and me, and our military has direct access to one another, and they contact one another when we have problems. The issue is that we have to make sure that she understands there's a price to pay for undercutting both the Pacific Basin as well as Europe.
And they don't
As it
care.
relates to Russia and dealing with Ukraine. And so we, for example, if you want to invest in China, as you know this area really well. Trying to invest in China, you have to have a 51% Chinese owner. You have to make sure that you do by their rules.
I know all about this.
You don't have the authority, that you have to provide all access to all the data and information you have. There was a while there, as you recall, for the last administration and other administrations, where the access to that market was enticing enough to get companies to come in because they had access to over 1 billion people in a market, not 1 billion, but a lot of people in the market. And so they were doing it. But that got curtailed when we started saying we're going to play by the same rules. For example, the idea they don't abide by the international rules related to subsidizing
I think this.
products
I think-
by the government funding.
No. I'm saying it's going to be worse.
Be able to-
I mean, he's getting ruined.
Electric vehicles.
No, it's getting worse.
The
You're
United
right.
States without a significant.
And the longer they go, the worse it's going to get. I was saying it's going to be worse.
He's made it past 7,
There's a concern.
It's been going, what, 45 minutes?
Both China,
but it's like a struggle. You know, it's been like a real
It's
struggle.
like trying to pay.
Russia.
No, but I'm saying, I agree, but I'm saying it could have been worse.
Definitely could have been worse. He hasn't had like a major, other than Trump was his VP, he hasn't had like a big,
Impact.
like, whoa, that was bad moment. Yeah.
That impact.
So, well, the longer he goes, worse it's going to get. It's getting bad. It's going to.
Prepared to talk about the detail of it in public. And I think you'll see that some of our European friends are going to be curtailing their investment in Russia. I mean, in China.
Kind of like blow up the North Stream pipeline.
As China continues to have this indirect help to Russia.
Now he's going down.
In terms of being able to help their
You're right,
economy
just shift.
as well as help them in as a consequence that their ability to fight in Ukraine. The other thing that we talked a lot about is that, and I raised it, and I didn't hear any. I can't swear that everyone agreed because not everyone got to talk about it. But we need a new industrial policy in the West. For example,
Oh, the Green Deal's
both the EU and
It's like, oh yeah, now we're shutting down industry and we've already sold out to China. Now we'll talk about industrializing the West again.
generate their own capacity to provide for weapons and the ability to, it came as a surprise to some of us.
Hey, you sold out the West. You got more crossers.
Falling behind in the West in terms of the ability to construct new material, new weaponry, new everything from vehicles to weapon systems. And so
All the
one of the
automobile
things that came
companies
out of this was,
States, Mexico.
again, with a number of my colleagues,
The block.
my European colleagues,
Because it'll be a
is what do
bloodbath
we
in
do
Mexico.
to
They
increase
only
the
want to kill
capacity
people. They meant a political bloodbath.
of the West, specifically in Europe, and
Yeah, this is just pathetic.
to be able to generate kind of
Big boys, big boy trash guys.
He's been answering this question for 10 minutes.
They gotta hook
Not
himself.
just for themselves,
He is
to be able to
15 minutes
generate.
in now. This
It's
is
the thing,
unlicensed.
it's what Russia's trying to figure out. Then they went to
Just
China
bikinis up.
and they didn't get the weapons, but then they went to North Korea. But we're going to be in a position where the West is going to become the industrial base for the ability to have all the defensive weapons that we need.
Yeah, see, they're going to shift to what's our economy, as we say.
You mentioned on whether
Well,
you're
anyway.
ready to go deal with Putin and Xi.
So, how are you guys doing, all 9 of you? We had 13, but we chased away some of those people.
Look, like I said, I'm dealing with Xi right now. In direct contact with him. I have
Yes, with this.
reason
More alternate.
right now.
Make it okay.
It's
So,
not much
see?
that,
Thanks, everything's all right.
in terms of
Oh,
accommodating
my Lord.
his behavior.
My jolly rancher.
But there isn't any world leader I'm not prepared to deal with. But I understand the generic point is
By the way, he's the one rejecting talks with
ready
Putin.
to talk to Putin. Unless Putin's ready.
Let's go back to my Biden invitation yesterday. Let's roll that whole thing.
Yeah. Look, Putin's got a problem. First of all, in this war that he is supposedly have won, and by the way, I think, don't hold me to the exact number, but I think Russia had 17.3% of Ukraine that they've conquered. Now it's 17.4. I mean, in terms of percentage of territory. They've not been very successful. They've caused horrible damage and loss of life, but they've also lost over 350,000 troops, military, killed or wounded. They have over 1 million people, particularly young people with technical capabilities, leaving Russia because they see no future there. They've got a problem.
Wow.
What they do have control of is that they are very good at controlling and running the public outcry that relates to how they use mechanisms to communicate with people. They lie like hell with their constituencies. They lie like hell with what's going on. And so the idea that they'll be able to fundamentally change Russia in the near term is not likely. But one thing for certain,
All right, he's been answering this question in 15 minutes.
in Ukraine, they're not stopping Ukraine. I recommend, I know you know this because you've written about it, read Putin's speech after they moved in, what it was all about in Kyiv. It wasn't about just, anyway, read what his objective is. And anyway, but so I think that I'm prepared to talk to any leader who wants to talk, including if Putin called me and wanted to talk. Last time I talked to Putin, was trying to get him to work on an arms control agreement related to nuclear weapons in space. That didn't go very far. So my point is, I'm prepared to talk to anybody, but I don't see any inclination. There is an inclination on the part of the Chinese to keep in contact with me, because they're not sure where this all goes.
They own you.
Look what's happened in Asia. We have strengthened the Asian Pacific area more than anyone else has. We just put together with today, I brought on, I asked our NATO allies that we bring on the group from the South Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Australia. I already mentioned Australia. And I met twice now, I think, with the 14 leaders of the Pacific Island nations. And we've slowed down what's going on there. We've slowed down China's reach. But there's plenty more to do. This is a moving target, and I don't take it lightly.
Definitely another target.
He's going for another?
Sam from NPR.
He's going for another.
Let's go to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Asma Khalid with NPR. I have two questions. Earlier, you spoke about the ceasefire plan between Israel and Hamas. We're now looking at 10 months of war, and I'm curious if there's anything that you feel personally you wish you would have done differently over the course of the war. And then secondly, if I may, I wanted to ask you about your presidential campaign. I remember covering your campaign in 2020, and there was a moment where you referred to yourself as a, quote, bridge candidacy, a transition to a younger generation of leaders. I want to understand what changed.
Two things. Let's go back to when you talked about whether I've changed anything that's happening with Israel and the Palestinians and the Palestinian movement. The answer is, as you recall, from the very beginning, I went to Israel, but I also had immediate contact with Sisi in Egypt. I met with the King of Jordan. I met with the most trying to get a consensus going as to what had to be done to deal with getting more aid and food and medicine into the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, isn't it ironic?
We pushed it really hard.
This whole conversation about all these wars that broke out right after Biden got into office. Isn't that funny, Alex?
No, but I mean, it's a train wreck. He looks retarded. But earlier he said that Zelensky is Putin. That was big. He said Trump is his vice president. That was big. But this is a horrible failure, like compared to what it could have been. I say a win for Biden.
Yeah, I probably agree.
They put him on some really good stuff tonight.
There's nothing yet from this that would be the end of his candidacy.
Yeah, he sounds like a retarded clown, but that's par for the course. The question is, though, at Place now, how long does he go? Because he is starting to degrade here.
I mean, he already took my time is already shot, so I'm surprised he's still on there, to be honest.
Saudi Arabia to be in a position to cooperate.
He's the big boy.
Transition so that they can keep peace in without Israeli forces staying in Gaza. The question has been from the beginning.
But he looks at the question he said. He looks at it as your question was. These are all three. He's drilled these all day.
Which makes me think, okay, he had to mention Israel, so maybe this is the last question, right? I mean, I don't know what else he's going to have to address here.
Access, get in and out as rapidly.
Maybe the border?
There.
Well, I said he'd go an hour. It's an hour and 4 minutes. You said he'd go 30 minutes. So
he went on at what time did he go on? Like 6:30, guys?
No, he went about 6:15.
That's why
So that's almost an hour. It's 55 minutes ago, right?
The one thing.
You want about 6:10, 6:15
to Israelis, remember the work.
40 minutes only. Okay, so
don't make the same mistake America made.
God, I feel like I've been here for 1,000 years.
Yeah, well, that'll happen.
Need to occupy.
You ever have like a professor that was just like,
did the job.
Just the class felt like forever?
He's on. God made him. It's God's work.
I was totally opposed to
we'll make it okay.
In trying to unite Afghanistan.
When is the bell gonna ring?
Oh, okay. No, everything's okay now. Oh, jeez.
We should have moved on because it was.
Turn him up. I can't barely hear him.
No one's ever going to unite that country. I've been over every inch of that, not every inch, the entirety from the poppy fields all the way to the north. I said, don't make the same mistake we made. Don't think that's what you should be doing.
You talking about the Afghanistan pullout?
We'll help you find the bad guys. Sinwar and company.
He was in the poppy
And
field.
I wouldn't provide when the weapons they need.
All the pharmacy.
I provided them 2,000-pound bombs. They cannot be used in Gaza or any populated area without causing great human tragedy and damage. But remember what happened when you had the attack on Israel
Last 3 days,
from with rockets.
200 flights of
ballistic missiles.
Did you see the,
I was able to unite Arab nations as well as Europe,
underwater?
and nothing got hurt. It sent an incredible lesson to what was going on from the Middle East. So there's a lot of things, in retrospect, I wish I had been able to convince the Israelis to do. But the bottom line is we have a chance now. It's time to end this war. Doesn't mean walk away from going after Sinwar and Hamas. And if you notice, you know better than most, there is a growing dissatisfaction on the West Bank from the Palestinians about Hamas. Hamas is not popular now. And so,
Oh, yeah, Israel.
parts.
Israel's real popular in
Israel. To make sure that we get as much done as we can toward a ceasefire, and get those. And by the way, look at the numbers in Israel. I mean, my numbers are better in Israel than they are here. But then again, they're better than a lot of other people here too. But anyway.
Yeah,
Bridge candidacy in 2020. You referred to yourself as being a bridge candidate for a younger, fresher generation of Democratic leaders. And I wanted to know what changed.
What changed was the gravity of the situation I inherited in terms of the economy, our foreign policy, and domestic defense.
Trump for everything. Said I inherited it.
And I think, I won't put words in anybody's mouth. Most presidential historians give me credit for having accomplished more than most any president since Johnson and maybe before that to get a major piece of legislation passed. And what I realized was
So the big question is, they're all against him.
and
The system wants him out. How long can he hold on? Our guess the time's out. He will be the nominee.
Well,
is the nominee. It's just done.
I think they still got 2 weeks. They still got 2 weeks if they want to remove him. You know, I think what's going to be interesting is what is the narrative going to be after this? Is the media that's been covering for him going to talk about how fantastic he was and he's made his big recovery and like that's the big story, or are they going to be like, okay, this is about as bad as it gets?
Haley Bull scripts.
He's going another one.
Josh
Just
Reiner
people. He's no longer.
was the next one. I'll do 2 more questions.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of your colleagues, Democrats in the Hill, are watching tonight as they assess what they want to say about your candidacy. I'm wondering how you're thinking of this right now. It seems like your answer is clear, but they're watching how things go tonight, tomorrow in Michigan, next week in Texas and Nevada. Are you thinking that way about how the next week or 2 goes would inform you?
Am I using that way?
Are you thinking that way about how the next 2 weeks go? Will that affect your decision, or are you fully determined on running in November as the party's nominee?
I'm determined in running, but I think it's important that I lay fears by let them see me out there. Let me see them out. You know, for the longest time it was, Biden's not prepared to sit with us unscripted. Biden's not prepared to, anyway. And so what I'm doing, as I've been doing, I think we've done over 20 major events from Wisconsin to North Carolina to demonstrate that I'm going out in the areas where we think we can win, where we can persuade people to move our way, where people are already there. Look, the other thing is, we have the most extensive campaign organization if anybody's had a
Reach of the biggest election fraud organization. See, that's the thing, is they're all cowards, the Democratic Party, they follow orders. So now they're up against their own enemy. Actually, I don't think he goes away. I think he stays in now.
Headquarters, I forget exactly how many, I want to cite a number and then find out I'm off, but we have scores of headquarters in all the toss-up states. We're organized, we're moving, and that's awful hard to replace in the near term. And so, and here we go.
It's really late in the game.
I've seen in a long time.
Thought they replaced him, they planned to, step down, it's too late. So he's gonna rely on election fraud now.
For a long time, I was chairman or ranking member and chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I need to be going down to the Johnson Library. Anyway, I'm gonna be going around making the case for the things that I think we have to finish and how we can't afford to lose what we've done or backslide on civil rights, civil liberties, women's rights, and that little button we have. Control guns, not girls. The idea that we're sitting around, this would come off so good as well. We're sitting around, more children are killed by a bullet than any other cause of death.
Not true.
In the United States of America. What are we doing?
Poison shots,
What are we doing? We got a candidate said, promising, all right, don't worry, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not gonna do
deal by that, so lie.
You got a Supreme Court that is what you might call the most conservative court in American
The
history.
idea,
This is ridiculous. There's so much we can do,
the idea,
and I'm determined to get it done.
the idea.
It's about freedom.
Anyway,
I'll end this, well, I'm not gonna do that. Haley has to come up
We
too.
got one more scripted question.
But
He's fading fast. He's ready to go.
remember, I made a speech on democracy in Philadelphia at Independence Hall. And I'm not being critical, just observing. The bulk of the press, what the hell are you talking about that for? Democracy. And you did. Democracy is not an issue. Democracy is not an issue. Except the polling data shows 60% of the people knew I was right, thought I was right. I'm not asking you a question, you don't have to answer, obviously. But do you think our democracy is under siege? Based on this court? Do you think democracy is under siege based on Project 2025?
Arresting people.
Do you think
They made us remove
resets
Biden, the guy that we voted for.
do away with the civil service? Eliminates the Department of Education? Make sure, I mean,
By the way, none of that has to do with democracy.
we've never been here before.
That's bureaucracy.
And that's the other reason why I didn't, you say, hand off to another generation. I gotta finish this job. I've got to finish this job because there's so much at stake.
See, this is strange. Is he saying that I'm here to finish America? Is that what he's saying?
About the question of health exams, and you said you take a cognitive test every day in this job. Are you open to taking another physical or test before the election? Governor Whitmer of Michigan, for instance, said it wouldn't hurt to take a test.
Well, look, two things. One, I've taken 3 significant and intense neurological exams by a neurologist.
Perfect.
In each case, the reason for neuro. And they say I'm in good shape. Okay? Although I do have a little problem with my left foot because it's not as sensitive because I broke my foot and didn't wear the boot. But I'm good. I'm tested every single day on my neurological capacity, the decisions I make every day. You talk to my staff, all of you talk to my staff. Sometimes my staff talks a lot. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think you have them telling you that all the major ideas we've undertaken haven't been initiated by me. I remember when the staff, I said, I need to go to South Korea.
Anyway, now.
What are you doing? I'm going to get Japan and Korea back together again after essentially having hostilities toward one another since the end of the war.
All on the trail.
You know, the only thing age does
Yeah, but we had such low expectations.
creates a little bit of wisdom.
That's not lie, let's be honest.
And so the point I'm
You know,
making is
with such a low bar, he did it at A-. Because he's out of his mind pedophile, but He did okay tonight.
This is probably his worst moment right now. He's been babbling nothingness for months.
I've laid every bit of work.
It's the spot right now. He'll take more calls. He'll take more comments because there's no.
Forgiveness.
He's gonna say anyway. Anyway,
I laid it all out. And every single day I'm surrounded by good docs. If they think
I'll
there's a
take
problem,
$1,000. He says anyway.
I promise you. Or you don't have a problem. You think I should have a neurological exam? I'll do it. But no one's suggesting that to me now. And I'll ask you another question. No matter what I did, no one's going to be satisfied. Did you have 7 docs?
If he says he can anyway,
Did you have? Yeah, do this. How many times did you?
if he says that, you go. Deal?
I am not
Oh, he's gonna say
just told me I should have another neurological exam.
The idea.
But that's where I am. Haley Bull, Scripps.
He's up.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said you're making decisions on a day-to-day basis when it comes to support for Ukraine. Does that mean you have not closed the door on further considering lifting restrictions for U.S.-made weapons inside Russia? And if I may, your convention is coming up where your delegates are pledged to make you the official nominee. If they have second thoughts, are they free to vote their conscience?
Obviously, they're free to do whatever they want, but I get overwhelming support. Overwhelming support.
There's half the party wants you out.
I won, I forget how many votes I won. Overwhelming.
Cloudly.
And so tomorrow, if all of a sudden I show up at the convention, everybody says we want somebody else, that's the democratic process. It's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's a democratic process. Is
Sure.
you know, who cares what the people vote for?
We replace people at the convention.
Yeah.
This. I served in the Senate a long time.
He's done.
He's making deals to step down the convention. I think that's what's up. You just heard that.
Of candidates running for local office. And whether they think the politics can help them or not. In my state of Delaware, which was a very, at least a purple, it was a red state when I started, in terms of right now talk red and blue. I don't recall most of the Democratic presidents winning my state when I was a candidate. The truth of the matter is, I understand the self-interest of being a candidate. If they think that, running with Biden at the top is going to hurt them, then they're going to run away. I get it. But so far, go and look at the polling data in their states. Look at the in-depth, and by the way, I think you all acknowledge, and you're all experts. I'm not being solicitous about the president. You're experts in this stuff. How accurate does anybody think the polls are these days? I can give you a series of polls where you have, like this, versus Trump, where I win all the time. When the unlikely voters vote, he wins sometimes. So bottom line is all the polling data right now, which I think is premature because the campaign really hasn't even
There's
started.
like 15 people in
I
it.
mean, it hasn't started.
His campaign hasn't started, Alex.
Most of the time, it doesn't start till after September, after Labor Day. So a lot can happen. But I think I'm the best I believe I'm the best qualified to govern. And I think I'm the best qualified to win. But there are other people who could beat Trump too. But it's awful start from scratch. And we talk about money.
Everything's collapsing. They don't know what's going on.
Bad. We got about $220 million in the bank.
It wasn't as bad as it could have
Oh,
been.
now he's admitting you get rid of me. I got control of the money.
Follow up on any of that, you can just ask me.
He's done.
You earlier explained confidence in your vice president.
Yes.
If your team came back and showed
Vice President
you
Trump?
that she would fare better
Sorry, she
against
told me,
President Donald
I'm
Trump.
so grateful that
would you
Joe
reconsider
Biden
your
has
decision
decided
to
to make
stay
me
in place?
your favorite president,
Came back and said.
his vice president nominee.
Me. No one's saying that. No poll says that. Says it just.
This sounds today.
He's done. He's trying to get out. He's trying to bail. Everyone knows it.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, let's see how this goes.
This concludes.
Respectfully, earlier you misspoke. Your answer referred to Vice President Harris as Vice President Trump. Right now, Donald Trump is using that to mock your age and your memory.
Yes, to
How
Donald
do you
Trump.
combat that criticism from tonight?
They turned the mic. Listen to him.
This concludes tonight's press conference. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone.
It's so great that whether I win,
All right.
I'm going to be.
So that was delayed from earlier. It was supposed to be over by the time we started the Dum-Dum, but I wanted to watch it, so I did. Let's see what is going on, man. I got a lot of organizing to do here. Let me put the link back on in case someone wants to come on. Let's see, post comment. Yeah, I could have simulcast to Rumble, but streaming on Rumble, I figured out how to do it. It's more complicated. It's not as easy, so I took the lazy man's route, and I'm just streaming to YouTube. But when I do a canned show that's not live, I'm going to put it up there and here. Oh, and this really good news that I think I forgot to say on the last episode. When I went on Rumble and did the live stream, and there is a live stream on Rumble that has not been seen on YouTube. So if you go over there and just search for Gratu, just Gratu, and you look for an Alfred Newman icon, you can see that live stream from last Sunday. It was Sunday. Anyway, the memory crypt of Castle Hills used to be the comic crypt of Castle Hills. Mike from San Antonio. He popped on in the chat. And then I remembered that even though he was kicked off of YouTube, he told me he saved all of his episodes. He had downloaded them, so they didn't disappear when YouTube yanked his channel. So I suggested put some of your episodes up. So he's been putting tons of episodes, old episodes up on Rumble that are that you may not have seen. So go find Memory Crypt of Castle Hills over on Rumble too. And while you're there, subscribe to X22 Report and Mel K. And there's a lot of great, mostly political stuff over on Rumble. But anyway, let's see. Charlton 66 had a root canal. It's tough to speak, or I'd come on feeling pain at the moment. Yeah, you'd come on and do your Marlon Brando Godfather impression. Let's see. What are people saying here? I missed all this. Chuck White, he's the dream president for the deep state. There's no way they will let him step down. Dr. Fives Vibes says it's past Joey's bedtime. Myra Greenblatt says, anyway, you know the thing. Yeah, she pulls worse than Biden, says Chuck White. Chuck White. That's a cool name. It sounds like a director. It's like a combination of Chuck Jones and Jules White, the director of Three Stooges comedy. So it's a likable name. And here's the link if you want to come on and smash a slab or talk about whatever. I've got a bunch of stuff to go through over here if no one comes on. So that's great. So the Dum-Dum begins. We're an hour late because that was supposed to. They delayed it, and then they had the camera focus of. Come on, damn it! Shit. I'm sorry. That stupid music from Sylvester Stallone's brother will set off a copyright claim. Man, I didn't want to stop watching that though. Oh shit! Why do they have to play that music? Is it over now? No, it isn't. Okay, so. Whew. So, how about that? He said his vice president was Trump. And earlier this afternoon, he introduced Zelensky as Putin, President Putin. That was a good one, too. but I can't say I don't do stuff like that. So, okay. Well, I'll go over there and start looking through stuff. But I'm just wanting to click this back on. How long are you gonna play this stupid? What was the name of that band? Survive. It was the band was Survivor, right? And it was Frank Stallone's band. Is that what it was? It seems like. Is my memory of '80s trivia faulty? Are they ever gonna? Oh yeah, okay. It's they're not gonna stop it. Okay, so we just won't play music. All right. So we've been having a roof replacement put on yesterday. The crew didn't show up, and I called and they said, "Well, there's rain predicted, but it wasn't really predicted until midday." So then we got a heavy thunderstorm, and the roof's not completely on. But the thing is, there's a pre-existing roof, and then the metal roof is built on top of that roof. So it's kind of a blessing because I was able to test, although the roof's not completely on, and there was a little leak in here. I managed to get it. Um, Nothing really got damaged, but I caught it quickly. Oh, there's a red dot. Someone is here. Why, it's Gotham City Comics. Hey, Kevin, what's going on in Mesa, Arizona at Gotham City Comics?
I just got done looking at a 90s collection.
Oh, exciting. Is there anything
So
good in
yeah,
it?
no, nothing.
So are you going to buy it?
No. No. No, there was probably 4 comics I would have bought out of 1,000
Ooh,
comics.
what were the 4? Do you recall?
Like I think there was Master of Kung Fu, just a couple Bronze Age. I can't even remember what they were.
Oh, there was a few scattered ones from earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like a Bronze Age Captain America in there.
But he wanted to sell it all together, huh?
Yeah, it was a lady, and
Oh,
these were her sons. He's deceased. He was
oh,
just trying.
that's rough.
He had I asked her if somebody already picked through him because he had all the Batman adventures around the first Harley Quinn, but he was missing the first Harley Quinn.
Hmm.
And she said, no, nobody went through him. And I said, oh, he just must have missed that one that month, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that comic in the 90s.
Yeah, that one and your New Mutants 98 and couple and your Spider-Man 300 from the late 80s.
So you had all the issues around those, but not those issues, huh?
Yeah. That's why I thought someone maybe already picked through it.
Yeah, someone obviously did, whether she knew it or not.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Charlton says the shop got a bunch of Mad magazines in today. The earliest one is 42 from 1958. About 200 issues, most from the 50s to the late 70s. Yeah, I'd be interested in those 50s ones. Boy, what's on the cover of issue 42? Let me see what that is.
I thought it was after 6 already.
Well, I guess it's 5:36 your time. Oh, I don't know if you can even hear me.
She had these comics. Yeah, I can hear you. She had these comics in file boxes, laying flat, 2 rows. So that's what
Okay.
took me. I told the lady, I go, if you had them in short boxes, that would already been done like 20 minutes ago. Because you got to take
Oh,
them all out and look through them in piles.
Yeah, issue 42 is wine bottles. Yeah, I don't have that issue. I'm pretty sure I don't. Yeah, the ones that you sent me pictures of are ones that I have, including that's an excellent Mad Follies. That looked like it was brand new. That wasn't with the paperback covers, but some of the ones from the mid 60s that you're showing. Um, you might be interested. Charlton 66 at his store. Do you have the Mad that has Frankenstein building a model kit of Alfred E. Newman for your collection?
I don't have that. That one's great.
He's got a copy of that. If you want to get it from
Yeah,
Charlton, and he'd get it from his store,
I'd
and
love to have that.
and and the Adam West Batman cover with Alfred E. Newman as Robin. Do I have that issue, or is it something I've been want? Is that
That's
my
why I'm
file?
asking you. That's why I was asking you because you don't have one in your box. And I found this
Oh,
copy. I found this copy, so I looked in your box to see if you had it in there. And you didn't, so I might have already sent it to you.
oh man, and I can't remember. I'm getting worse. I laugh about Biden. Um,
Do you have a way of looking?
uh, yeah, I could try.
Did you flip through it? Would you have flipped through it already?
Uh, when did you get it?
Recently.
Um, shit. Let me go look. Uh, um, I
Simpsons they don't make anymore. Yeah. You keep the new ones with your old ones, Castle.
um I I I don't have any. Well, yes, I do, but I don't think if I got that new issue that I wouldn't have already filed it because I haven't read it yet. And
They keep the number going, right? Because this is 39.
yes, it's it's the original numbering ended in the 20s, upper 20s maybe, and then it was revived in the 90s or early 2000s, and it was really crummy. Um, and I didn't buy any of those. And And then this was a new revival, and but they kept that numbering from when it was revived as part of the numbering. Um, I think it was the people that make scary movies or scary.
Yeah,
What is that? That
yeah, that's who
that
does it now.
that it just had very bad. It didn't look good. It had
Yeah,
like
Scary Monsters. That they still do it.
scary monsters. Yeah.
I think Dark Side Dracula. He really likes the Scary Monsters magazine. I think he
Well,
said.
it's a good magazine, and it's gotten better, but it's never had a really great production design. It has at times. It's just everything is all messed up in here. Um, Let me see if I can look for that.
This one has the
Um,
Psycho guy right on the cover.
yeah, I know. I'm eager to read that to see. It seems like if I had that, I would have read that article to see if they mentioned the fact that Castle of Frankenstein's founder is who Norman Bates was mainly based on. Um, it wouldn't hurt his feelings because he's not around anymore. Plus, he knew it. Uh,
I got a really cool hardcover, and it has like 5 magazines in it.
oh,
And then,
I think I saw that you had that on Instagram. World's Famous Creatures or something. Was it?
yeah, those are expensive issues. They're like $200-300 a piece.
Yeah. Is that something you have in stock, or did you buy that for your collection?
I bought it for me, but I think they're 75. But you could still order them. But I was wondering why it was so much, and then after I started reading it, I know why it's so much. It's a really good magazine.
Yeah. Do you get a
The
discount?
writing, the writing is pretty good from what I've read so far.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you get reproductions of the covers and the back covers too. And and then on the back it has a whole section just on the mail away stuff, mail away monster stuff.
Oh, that's cool. Um, so would it be better for me to get it through you, or do you get a discount, or?
It's just like a file box.
Got these. Oh, someone else is trying to get in. Oh, Meyer.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. What's up?
I'm just cooking dinner right now, but I've been watching some of the fallout or the reactions to what just happened. So picking up on what the mainstream was saying, but what was interesting that I did just see that was really funny was somebody had a shot of Biden's team in the front row watching him as he said that he picked Vice President Trump
Oh,
because he didn't pick her because she wasn't competent enough to lead. So it's a real funny shot. You can see them, all their faces and all of them trying to not be affected by hearing him say that. It was a really telling little clip. It was good.
oh, wow.
You'll see it. You'll see it soon.
Yeah,
It'll
I'd be
be AJ
watching
will
all that
show.
reaction
AJ will be
stuff, but
talking
I
about
had to
it.
do this
Yeah,
show, I guess, for the. Yeah, I guess I
yeah,
have to
that's
do
something
this
else.
show.
Yeah, so I've been swept up in this whole news cycle, which has been a crazy. I mean, talk about like this is the biggest political cover up in American history, and
Yeah.
everybody's talking about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like it. So it was supposed to be over before I started the show, but it wasn't. So it just became
yeah,
part of the show. So Man, this is so annoying. I don't even know what I own.
Hold on, I'm in the kitchen here and turn the camera on.
Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
Heating up some lumpia, which are Filipino egg rolls that my neighbor made, and some homemade mac and cheese that my neighbor also made.
Oh,
I don't want to put it in the microwave because it'll mess it up and make it all soggy, especially these egg rolls. That they need to be like. So now I've got, so I have them on a skillet at low heat.
okay.
That's what's up. Because they're left over from last night. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Cartoon land.
Oh, I suppose they are.
So what's been going on with you? You got the roof fixed, I saw, and then
Well, it's not finished.
Oh, it's not
The
finished?
people, nah.
How much
People
longer?
can't. I have no idea. You know, they didn't come yesterday. They came today late and left early. They're it's a crew that it's well, there was a different crew here Monday, and then the different crew. Well, there were a few people. It's weird. There were some different people on Tuesday, and then no one came yesterday, and then today it's more. It was just two guys showed up that were from Monday, and you know they can't drive, and they're coming from another state, but we're right on the border, and um, well, they have to get this old man to drive them wherever they go. So because they're Amish, they don't drive. At first, I figured that
Yeah, I
maybe they were
noticed
the
that
type.
guy's haircut and his shirt the other day. I noticed. I didn't see all of your videos, but I saw one of your videos of you filming the guys working on the house, and he had an
Yeah,
awesome like bowl haircut, and then he had one of those shirts that's those homemade Mennonite Amish people shirts he was wearing.
yeah,
Probably,
they're like
yeah, didn't have a tag
like
on his side.
they're like Michael Landon and Little House on
Yeah,
the Prairie, exact same shirts. I don't
yeah,
know
right, exactly.
why is it that they all wear that type of shirt is what I wonder. It's just kind of like time froze in
Yeah, I don't think they have
1842.
zippers. I don't think they have zippers on their pants. I don't think they're allowed to have certain type of technology. Is that right? Are they allowed to have zippers, or do they can only have buttons? I don't know.
I just don't know. I
I'm not sure.
mean, I really
Anyway,
respect them and everything. I just don't, and they have suspenders, um,
mhm,
but
yeah,
you know they're able to operate cranes that lift them up to the roof. You know, but they don't own the crane, but they're able to
right. There's
operate it
certain
and drive it. But I just
right. It's the same with certain farm equipment. I learned about him from that Peter Santinello, the guy that does those videos. He's gone to lived with Amish people and Mennonite people for multiple times, or visited them and made the videos, and learned a bunch of that stuff.
yeah, that's what I was learning from that same guy, and I saw well, there's some
Yeah,
that can drive trucks and
yeah,
it's just a different. Some are allowed some technology, and I
exactly.
don't know.
Yeah. And there can be multiple different sects even within a small area. So right, that's what I learned from that Peter Santinello, is that, well, those neighbors over there, they don't have any of the type of, they're like stricter, so they can't do the stuff that he was allowed to do, like use certain farm equipment or do certain
Yeah,
things.
yeah. I'll tell you what, Kevin, just put that in my pile. If I get 2 copies of it, it won't be the end of the world.
I was hoping you already had it because I want to read this.
Oh, I don't. I have. It seems. Where would I put it? I also got a famous monsters from you recently, like an old famous monsters. Where is that? Unless I put them into unless I put them into.
Look at the marquee on this right here. This is cool. 'Cause I was hoping you already had it because I want to read this. Oh, I have it. I have. 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 I
Yeah.
Oh, it is. That's neat. Wow.
Did you know Mary Shelley, when she wrote Frankenstein, she was 17?
I didn't know she was that young. I knew she was young, but I didn't know she was that
She
young.
wrote it.
Box
She
over
wrote it
here.
when
I'm
she
gonna
was
get
on
in this
a
box.
vacation. She was on a vacation with her family, and she wanted to, while she was traveling, she wanted to write something to so that she could tell it during the campfire for ghost stories. It's pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Look at this mummy marquee.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, look at this puzzle contest they would have. King Kong jigsaw contest at a hotel.
I don't think I have that issue. But I don't know why, because I don't know why. It seems like I ordered it, but I can't remember.
I could probably figure it out because I just checked my order history, and if I ordered 3 of them, then that means you already got yours. If I only ordered 2 of them, that means you didn't.
Okay. Is that hard to do?
No, it's easier than you looking around all night.
Yeah. All I'm doing is getting frustrated because I don't know how people do. It's just insanity. Um,
I wonder what has anybody heard from Robert De Niro? I wonder what's up with De Niro, huh? Where does he
uh,
stand?
no, all we've been hearing about is
George Clooney.
George Clooney and Ben Affleck's daughter. That's
That
all
was
I.
funny, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a total nutcase. Also, did you see that photo from there was a photo that they've been showing a lot in reference to the George Clooney fundraiser of Obama and then Julia Roberts and then Biden and then Clooney, right?
Yeah.
It just looks like one of those Illuminati photos to me. As soon as I looked at the picture, I looked at Julia Roberts, with her dress halfway off already, and I looked at the way she had her arm wrapped around Obama's arm, and the whole thing. It made me think of the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah.
That's just me. But yeah, they look like really creepy people, all of them, especially Clooney and these Hollywood people. When you look at them in a different context, after the scales fall off your eyes, people, look at them a little closer. And these are deeply evil creeps.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is a wicked web that they are entwined in.
Yeah, this is a really good magazine.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
Oh, that's great. How many of those do you have?
This is the only one I have left, and it's
Oh, okay.
The question is, anything is, man, because a lot of it is because I moved stuff around. I've been rearranging, moving
I
the
didn't know Boris
upstairs thing.
Karloff was a fake name.
Yeah, his real name is, what is it, Pratt or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds right. It's not as cool as Boris Karloff.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, I
Hey,
see.
I was able to. There was a website that put the Ben Cooper figures back on sale.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I was able to get myself a set.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice. Excellent.
Look at all this desk space I got now.
No, that's good.
Oh, nice. This looks well organized. Looks good.
All I did was I got a new bookshelf, so I was able to get a whole row. Now I just have one row back here, where I used to have two. Oh, I have a slab to crack too tonight.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking we haven't initiated the show until we do that.
It's gonna be a while. I need to let these crisp up somehow because they got greasy, right?
Are you cooking something in the oven?
No, on the stove.
Oh, I was
Maybe
gonna
I
say
should.
if you
The
put
oven.
something in the oven and you want it crispy, you put a baking powder on it.
And you know, actually, now that you mention it, the oven. Oh, look, I'm wearing my shirt today. The oven might be a better idea. I think that's smart because I want the egg rolls to get crispy again. I'm gonna put them on a cast iron skillet and then put that in the oven. A much better idea. Thank you, Kevin.
It's almost thick. Here's the slab I got today.
Oh, let me give you a full. When do you close?
2 minutes.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna give up and assume I don't have it, and unless you can prove
I
different
can
with your
I
search.
can find out on my. I just have to go into my computer.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna walk downstairs. If you guys don't talk until I tell you we're clear, because we'll disturb Cleo. Just be quiet for a second. Okay, we're clear.
Roger that.
Are we safe?
Yeah, we can talk. Do you have quite a few House of Secrets that are slabbed? It looks like.
Yeah, because they're cheap when you get them with the purple label.
Did you get
Look
them
at
all
it.
at the same time?
Yeah. You get my scissors. Oh, they're right here. I didn't have to get up. Did I miss anything today? Because I wasn't on the computer at all today.
You mean earlier today?
Just anything in the news or anything?
No, it's just everyone was waiting for the Biden press conference, and I don't think there were any major news stories or anything. I was busy working in the garage cleaning it out.
I sent Kevin a video on Instagram that was a bear, a big brown bear, wild bear inside of a 24-hour laundromat in Lake Tahoe, about 25 minutes from where I'll be moving.
Yeah, you know what? I was more shocked that they had a laundromat in Tahoe than about the bear being in there.
Oh no, they have they have laundromats in Tahoe. But you were more shocked that there was a laundromat like that, looking like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, Tahoe's old. You know, Tahoe was developed probably in the 40s or 50s when those casinos were first built. So there's the main drag is old. You know, so it looks like that. But
I just thought everybody was rich there, so I thought everybody had their own washing machine.
Oh no, not everybody is rich there. You know, it's like everywhere else. There's people that wash dishes and work in the casinos too, that live in apartments and everything.
Yeah, and that's who I would say. That's who uses those. Yeah, laundromat.
That's who has to worry about the bear in the laundromat. He just pushed his way into the door, Gratu. It was just a 24-hour, like with the door left open all night. He just pushed himself in there and was walking around inside the laundromat.
That's his world. We're just living in his world.
Mm-hmm.
What's more dangerous? I forget. It's either a black bear or a brown bear. One of them's more.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think the brown ones are very dangerous because I think they're almost the same as a grizzly. They're all kind of the same.
One of them you can scare away pretty easy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe that is that the black bear, because that brown bear was big as hell. That one inside the laundromat was like a 400 or 500 pound bear, wasn't it? It was big, man.
One of them you can scare away, and the other one you can't.
I wouldn't try anything. I've seen them before. So I saw a bear one time that we were at Lake Tahoe at Emerald Bay. My girlfriend and I were walking right down to the beach, and as we're walking, everybody else is walking away from the beach. And we're like, what are you guys doing? They're like, don't go down there. There's a bear down there. So, of course, my girlfriend just wanted to go far enough so we could see the bear. So we go down there, and there was a fucking bear just walking leisurely right through the area where everybody was just a moment before, just knocking stuff over and looking through stuff. And we turned around and walked away. It was big, man. So I wouldn't want to, they're too fast. It's too risky that it would charge after you. And then once you start running away from it, you're done, right? But yeah, you're supposed to make yourself big and bang pots and pans and stuff like that. But I don't really know how, I'm not sure. Because that bear looked like he wasn't scared of people at all. It looked like he walked around on the streets all the time, which I suspect is pretty not uncommon.
These books all that you've been opening the last 2 weeks all look like they're from the same collection.
You think so? The color is so bright on all of them. They've all been in this.
They were all taken care of the same way, and I guess what is that? Is that the color break? Someone touched it.
I think that's where the color touches.
They've all had these little color touches like this too. Right?
Yeah, they still look fine to me.
They're all like
someone made them look better.
8.5s or 9s. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a classic car, wouldn't you like fix the paint on it if it had a little chip on it?
Yeah, of course.
This thing's like brand new.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it looks like it's off the rack condition, how it would have looked when you got
Look
it
at this
from the
guy's
store.
face. His face is melting.
My baby's coming home. 20 after 3, WELW all.
Well, they're selling a bookstore about a block from me that's I've never been in it because it only sells romance books. It opened
Let's
a
turn
year
it into
ago,
a
but
comic
apparently
shop.
they were just renting it. So,
Let's buy it and turn it into a comic shop.
hey, if you do, I can help out. I can walk there in about 20 seconds.
Can you? Can we take a tour of the place?
Uh, yeah, probably. I heard that it's for sale. I mean, there's not a for sale sign on it yet, but
That's the best time to get it before they put a sign on it.
yeah, it's one of those old timey buildings, the two levels. So I guess the second level is like a living space, possibly. Um, but yeah, it's just a store that pretty much only women go into. So.
You never went there to see if they had romance comics?
Oh, I could tell they didn't from looking at pictures of the inside. I thought about that, but no, they're not. They're not going to have that. It's. I mean, women aren't going to be interested in romance comics. That's going to be guys interested in that, ironically, at least today. Yeah, look at how bright and vibrant that ad is on the right there. Yeah. And it's weird knowing that that's, man, over 50 years old.
It is weird.
They were showing, there's somebody that shows the comics that came out this week 50 years ago, and they're a couple of years more recent. They're the 25 centers from 1974. It's like, oh shit, that's 50 years ago. Oh my gosh.
Here's what I do. I just take 2 silver boards and I put them
Yeah.
in a silver bag, and then I can protect this book better than CGC can.
Oh, okay, I've never double boarded a comic.
Then it adds a stiffness to it that I like
Okay.
on my good books.
Okay.
Oh no, I'll put this back here.
Right. Oh, that looks like more than a 7.5. That's insanity. How's that only a 7.5?
Yeah. It's definitely looks better than a
How much do
7.5.
they take off? How much do they take off for the renovation? You know?
I don't know. I guess they took off.
Maybe
I guess
a
that's
half a
why.
point? Yeah.
No, I think because they imagine what the damage would look like without the paint. I think. Kind of
Oh,
mad
okay.
what it would have looked like.
Okay.
So here's all the ones that I've cracked open. I cracked that one. This one. This one. That one. This one. I lost the label.
Oh.
I think I lost the label for this one.
I don't remember seeing you open that particular one. Maybe.
Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe that's why I couldn't find the label.
Yeah, those are all great books. Found a really good Radio Ear Check YouTube channel. I've been recording. Right now, I'm recording a country radio station from 1974. WELWFM, Cleveland, Ohio. The DJ is Jim Deal, and it's over an hour. But it's cool when you get 3 hours of like the real Don Steele from Los Angeles from 1965, or Marie the K from 1963 for hours, and you hear all the commercials and everything.
Yeah, I've been listening to it too. I enjoy it. I like that channel. A lot of Southern California stuff from the 70s. I like that.
Yeah, did I tell? It's called, what does that say? Retro Radio Joe? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, yeah, Retro
Yeah,
Radio Joe. It's really worth your time, and this guy's putting up tons of videos every day.
he does. Like 3 or 4 a day these days, it seems like.
And anyone that's tuning in, the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills is restoring a lot of his YouTube video collection that was lost when they terminated his channel over on Rumble. So if you go to Rumble and look up Memory Crypt of Castle Hills, you'll see a lot of the videos that you may not have had a chance to watch. I had a bunch in my playlist when his channel just went poof. And so that would be worth your while to go to Rumble for that.
That was my friend calling. He's going to Mad Monster.
Where is that going to be?
And it's about 15 minutes from here, downtown Phoenix.
And it's called Mad. What's it called?
Mad Monster. It's the same people that own Famous Monsters. They own Mad Monster too.
Oh, it's a convention?
Yeah, but it's more. It's not classic monsters. It's like slasher monsters.
Oh, that's what the Texas Frightmare weekend was like. So it's not that
Ozzy
interesting.
Osbourne. Ozzy Osbourne was supposed to be there, but his doctors won't let him travel anymore. He's got Parkinson's, I guess,
Oh, does he? Okay.
and probably dementia. He's got the same kind of thing that the president has.
Yeah, except he'd probably be a better president.
I mean, we'd be listening to better music.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so it'll just be Pinhead and Freddy Krueger and whatever. Yeah.
They got the guy that plays Punisher to take Ozzy's spot.
Which Punisher? Not the
John Bernthal or something. John.
Okay.
He did
I don't think
the TV series from Netflix.
that guy. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right.
I think he's in Walking Dead too. He's the guy that takes the main guy's wife or whatever.
I was trying to think through the movie Punishers. I guess there's been 3 movie Punishers, but I completely forgot about the TV show. That was pretty good, but I don't even think about Marvel movies or TV shows anymore. I've just chosen to just forget about that.
I got this from Goodwill.
Oh.
And then I found this.
Oh. Yeah,
cool.
that's really neat. It's just best of, huh?
Yeah, it has 11 full episodes, and I'm hoping it has the Halloween one.
Oh, it seems like it might. That was a pretty famous episode.
Yeah, it has the people on it. It has Boris
Yeah, there's
Karloff.
Boris Karloff. Yeah, then that's
And it
got
has
to be the episode.
Peter Lorre.
Peter Lorre.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
got that episode on there.
Because
Yeah,
that
it's never young.
episode, That episode is like on Blu-ray is $100.
Wow, I
Really?
didn't know that.
So
Yeah.
where'd you find that?
Well, I saw Toddy Walnuts had the $100 Blu-ray of that episode. So I didn't want to spend that money, so I was trying to figure out how else I could get it. And
Oh, okay.
I ran across this, and I just took a chance on maybe it's on here. I haven't looked at it yet.
Yeah, it's on there.
11 of the best original episodes.
Very cool.
So this
Look
came
about
out. Well, this came out a long time ago, 2005. That's 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's a series that's always been hard to see. That and 77 Sunset Strip and Hawaiian Eye, uh, Colt 45. These are, I don't know if Route 66 is a Warner Brothers show, but it seems like those Warner Brothers shows, when I was growing up, they just weren't in syndication. At least not where I lived.
I actually I miss DVDs like this where it would have double-sided.
Yeah.
So instead of having 4 discs, you just have 2.
The only thing I don't miss is when those discs get loose at the store before you even buy it, and they all get all scratched up before you even take the shrink wrap off.
Yeah, but
And
this case they
definitely,
don't come off this kind of they don't come off of this kind of tray like they do now.
well, it just depends on the design, but
These ones lock
yeah,
pretty good. That's one of them too. This old kind. These
sometimes
kind
they
lock
lock
good.
so well that you can't get the disc off the spindle, and
Yeah,
you feel
you
like
think
you're
you're
going to
gonna break
crack it
it.
in half.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's how this one. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, this one's a double.
Yeah,
Looks
if they were
brand
just
new.
putting little clamshells like CDs were, where there's no room for them to slide around, that would have been better. Um, but they wanted them to be the same height as VHS tapes, so that the stores didn't have to change out all their furniture, whatever display racks.
I never put them side by side to notice that.
Well, like record stores, when CDs came in, they had them in cardboard boxes that were tall, the same height as records, and they were half the size of a record, so you could put 2 rows of CDs where the records used to be in the same space.
Oh, you're right.
So yeah, that's why
It's the same size.
yeah, it was just all so that you didn't have to change out all your display racks in your store. So what else were the pundits saying about Biden's press conference?
Are you talking to me? Because I didn't watch anything today.
I was talking to Meyer, but he may be eating.
I'm
He
back.
probably. Oh,
I'm here. I'm here. They were gaslighting. They were gaslighting. They weren't doing what you would have thought they would have done, which would talk about like he was how he was bloviating and rambling and avoiding direct answers to any of the questions, or they didn't talk about how all the questions were obvious misdirection. They're asking him things about foreign policy and avoiding the questions that everybody. That's why I said it was like the emperor's new clothes. Nobody was asking him about the things that would have triggered him, which were there was very few needling asking about his mistakes or about
oh,
very
yeah,
very
I know,
little.
but I mean, you were watching some of the people talking about it after
Yeah,
the
and so they
press
were
conference.
yeah, right. Afterwards, they were talking about how it didn't change. It wasn't. It was probably what they were hoping to have happen with what the party or what his campaign was hoping to have happen. He didn't have any major gaffes, but at the same time, he didn't say anything and he didn't assuage people's worries. So I don't think
Okay.
anything changed.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
so. The media, so at the same time as the media has been, they're in the same position. They are pretending like this is all new and that they're unbiased or something, but at the same time, they're not actually treating this like it really needs to be treated, right? They're
Yeah.
not talking about the deception, um, or anything. They're not right. They're just waxing, trying to get past it all.
All right.
I need to fill these out and send them in.
Oh, you made refrigerator magnets of ads?
No, but that's a good idea. I just tried to salvage as much of a comic as I could.
Oh, was it all messed up, water damaged or something?
Yeah. Here's my new bookshelf from from China, Amazon China or something.
Yeah, looks good.
Metal, and it's supposed to hold 300 pounds per shelf.
Oh wow. That's nice looking. It's solid.
Yeah, and for the first time, they tell you to bolt these things to the wall.
Yeah.
I actually did that, bolted it to the wall.
Well, what were the big sellers this week?
Big seller. I don't think anything really.
It seems like you had a new Savage Sword of Conan and or something else that
Yeah,
looked
that's
good
one
too.
thing.
Yeah, that pretty much looks like an old Marvel cover almost, except for the
Yeah,
logo.
Similar.
Oh, G-Fan. Okay.
I haven't seen that
Oh,
in a long
cool.
time.
Loch Ness is in there. Might read that one for the Loch Ness. And here's my new.
Yeah, we would have seen him purchase that last week if my stream wasn't cut.
You can just stand up.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, these things are getting better, and they're $45 for a skeleton you can stand.
Reminds
Doesn't
me
seem.
of Ally McBeal. Looks like that girl from Ally McBeal, right?
Yeah. Yeah, what else came out that for people that aren't near comic stores?
What else? I'm trying to think. Nothing really this week.
Well, there were two magazines I asked you to put back. What was the other one?
I think it was just
Can't remember. Maybe it was Uncle Scrooge? Or
no, it was Conan and something else. I forget though.
I can't either.
Yeah, why can't I remember that?
I don't know. I can't remember either. Well, let me go look at my text messages. Um, Oh, it was an issue of Geiger.
Oh yeah, yeah. You wanted the one that looked like the first Dedico.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was a good book. I read that one.
and you
It had the organ people in it. The guys that harvest organs. They somebody kidnaps Geiger's two-headed dog in this one. So he's got to go after him. There's his two-headed dog right there.
there's a police comics facsimile coming. You were sending me a picture of. When is that due out?
It should be coming in 3 weeks.
And I think the first of the Archie facsimiles. And what was the other thing you sent me?
Yeah, there was also Carl Barks'
Oh yeah, Uncle Scrooge.
Secret of the Swamp, Uncle Scrooge or
Or
Donald Duck.
Donald Duck, yeah. So there's some cool stuff coming out, but it's all 70, 80-year-old reprints. Well, not the Archie. Archie's from probably the late 60s. Oh, are you doing a July sale? That reminds me of last summer.
Yeah, I just don't have the motivation for it really.
Yeah.
I just been playing maintenance, man. I had to fix this toilet.
Oh.
Whoever had this building before me had a bidet on here. I took that thing off. My toilet seat or the tank was leaking or whatever. It was always running. I was wondering why my water bill here in the store is the same as my house. And it's because I had a running toilet for a year and a half here.
Oh, that sucks.
So I've been wasting like $20 a month. I got that fixed. I just took the bidet off there, threw that thing in the trash. So I got two restrooms back now. And I started working on this area. I already showed you guys this guy.
Yeah, that's neat.
You could do it yourself. You could make this yourself for half the price. I figured it out. I found out where to get all the stuff that he used to make this, like this clamshell and the skeleton. And then he just had to buy this outfit and distress it and then print off this card back.
Oh, okay.
I figured out, yeah, you could make that for $35.
Is
I
that a
found
new
one.
one?
No, I found a new one that I wanted. It was on eBay. It was usually $250. I saw it for $99. So I put it in my shopping cart and was going to check out. And all of a sudden, the price before I hit the pay button, it doubled to $200. I was going, "What's going on here?" And I guess the guy had put the wrong price, and right before I bought it, had fixed it. Because I
And
messaged
what was?
him.
Yeah.
He said that he accidentally put 99 instead of 199.
Oh.
So I didn't get it. It was too much. But it's really cool. But I keep finding I keep finding cool ones every day that I want. I have a list of all of them. There's this one called here. I'll show you. That's how they spell it. Um, it's called Lugosi Theater.
Oh,
Lugosi. This is Department 56. This was the one, Dungeon of Terror. It was a dark ride with the boat. Lugosi instead of Lugosi.
right.
Is Toddy Walnuts watching? Does he ever watch your live streams?
I doubt it. We've
Post,
dwindled
he
down to
posted
6 people watching.
he posted another video for us for
We
that
did?
giveaway. Yeah, for the giveaway. We got a few
Really?
more subs. We got a few more subs. Yeah.
I got a couple. I got up to, yeah, I got a one this morning now that you mention it. Yeah.
He
I
extended
figure.
the contest.
Oh, he
He
extended it
extended.
too.
Yeah, he extended the contest until I think the end of the month. Like I forget the date, maybe the
Oh, that's
26th.
neat.
According to
Yeah.
my calculations, we've gotten about 15, I think, from him.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably about right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's really nice of him. It's really cool.
Yeah, I got a bunch of toys I need to like get rid of.
What's wrong with him?
Meyer,
You
maybe you want this. Do you want this guy, Meyer?
what is what is
Big
he?
Big Josh, I think his name is, or something like that.
Yeah, he's got
How's he?
flippers on.
Yeah, I'll take him. I'll take him.
Do you want a weird just body?
No, I don't need it.
You don't have use for the shoes or the pants?
Wait, what
No,
is does it have arms?
Those are
No.
That's like a knockoff GI Joe or something.
Yeah, it's like a blow mold. I
Yeah.
don't know what it says on his back right there. I don't know. What's it say?
Looks like it's just Hasbro. Looks like
Oh, it does?
Hasbro.
Yeah, so maybe it isn't a knockoff.
Yeah.
Maybe it's worth $1 million.
Maybe. Hang on. Could be.
I gotta get rid of stuff. I gotta clean up in here. Here's a jump. Do you want a yellow jumpsuit to go with that guy?
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Oh, here's a cool jacket for a GI Joe action team. Let's look at this jacket. It has some bullets right there. There's bullets.
Oh yeah.
That's a GI Joe.
Yeah, I'll take that too if you don't want it. Yeah.
Yeah. Put it in your pile. What else is in here? There's a weird set of legs. Boots.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm good. This is like entering John Gore's territory. Maybe he might be able to do something with that.
I know there was a guy here yesterday. I should have showed him his stuff. He repairs GI Joe for
Oh, he
people.
might have use for those. Yeah, for both of those GI Joe things, he might be able to use. I'm just not into that level of repair. I'm just
Mhm. So here's a head.
Oh,
that's cool.
Maybe the repair guys.
He could probably use that for sure. Like, I mean, he could clean that up and put that to use because that's a, that's a real head. Make it a complete figure, which I would never do.
There's a back.
Yep.
Is that
I'm
where
not a
the
fan.
look at that?
Yeah,
Must be where the speaker is.
yeah.
Yeah, that would have been the
Talking.
talking Joe. Yeah.
So all that talking, it almost like caused this weird.
Yeah, there is. There's like some residue in there, huh?
Yeah, from it talking, yeah, like rust or something.
I loved these GI Joes when I was a kid, but now as an adult, they're pretty expensive to collect. And then collecting them sometimes, the vintage ones, it involves repair. And repairing these things, they're held together with like cords on the inside. You have to like tie knots and string them back together again. And it's just not a level of
Wow, look at this.
restoration I'm interested in
This is
doing.
what
There it
makes them
is.
talk. Look at this thing.
Look at that. Look at that thing. That's so cool.
Wow, this is what makes them talk.
Yeah, there's the string right there that you would pull.
Yeah, his dog tag right here. Yeah.
That's interesting, because I never seen what it was. I was thinking maybe it was a little record, but it looks like it's tape.
I've never seen the inside of one of these either. My cousin had this exact one. I didn't have this, but my cousin had this.
Yeah, this needs repair. Look at it's all tangled up. So he tried taking it apart, fixing it himself. Oh wow, I got it to work. I have to wind it by hand. Let's see if it works. No, almost did. It almost started saying something. Didn't you say you had one of these?
Me?
Yeah, somebody said they had one of these.
I have not one of those. I have a talking GI Joe, but it stopped talking years ago.
Was it
But
Meyer? Did you say you had one of these?
No,
Real
I've never
talking
seen it
dog?
before. I've never seen a
is
real
that a
talking
rip
dog.
off of? Must be a rip off of Teddy Ruxpin, maybe.
Yeah, Tycho.
Bubba. Look at this.
Oh, that's funny.
That's great.
I should send it in and get it slabbed. Yeah, they're slabbing CDs and stuff now.
They are really.
Yeah. All right, so I got a little pile for you.
What is it? It's a little TV tray.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember TV dinner trays?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that from?
Remember that's what caused the. That's when everybody started watching TV while they eat dinner.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
had them. A
We all
lot of my
stopped.
aunts and uncles
We
had 'em,
stopped talking to our family. We just started watching TV. Stopped talking to each other.
Right. Now everybody stares at cell phones.
Yeah, at least then everybody was looking at the same thing. Now everybody's looking at different things at the same time.
Yeah, so you have nothing to talk about.
I mean, that's not necessarily straight across the board. You know, when I spent that time with my kids, they'll watch. So he'll watch his YouTube like subscriptions on the main TV at the same time as both of them, and this is after they get home from work. Then they'll she's looking at TikTok, I think, and maybe he's looking at Instagram or something else, but they'll talk about what they're looking at. You understand, you know what I mean? And they'll show to each other, and you know what I mean? And it's so it is interactive.
Yeah.
So not everybody is just like zombie like staring at their screens.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I think it's not bad. They're well adjusted people. They're, you know, in my opinion, they're doing good.
Yeah.
I got a new Three Stooges comic this week that came out.
Oh.
Do you want to
that's
see
cool.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Guess it's from the Saturday morning cartoon version of the Three Stooges or something.
Oh, they're robots or bionic.
Yeah.
Yes, the Robonic Stooges. I remember that. What is this? Like 79 or 80? I feel like this was later when I
Yeah.
like stopped in cartoons.
This is a brand new comic, so it has new art inside. The art inside doesn't look as cool as this art.
Yeah, I still like it, and I would still watch the cartoon. I still watch old cartoons that I didn't even watch. You know what I mean? I watch stuff that I watch it all.
Look at this crazy art.
That looks great. Wow. Hey, you know what's a
Dr.
cartoon to find for some reason? There was this cartoon, I guess early 70s. It was called, hey, what's up, man? It was called Will the Real Jerry Lewis Please Sit Down? You guys remember that cartoon?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and there's only one or two episodes on YouTube, and then there's a licensing thing. So it's very difficult to watch that cartoon without paying money.
Right.
I don't remember that one.
It was probably about 1970, 71. There's the clowns.
They sent me some
They can
comics,
sit-
and I sent him a shirt. We
Oh,
traded.
Oh, okay.
Here's a cool thing about this issue right here. Have you seen this one?
No, that's one I never got from them.
You know what's cool about it? Look at, oh, not that one. This one. You have this one, number 2.
I think I do.
Look, they have a sticker in there.
Yeah, I
Do you carry these for sale in the shop, Kevin?
Yeah, I do now. They sent me some more, so now I can restock.
Oh,
cool. Still
Yeah,
got
I'm gonna
some.
want a couple of those. I'm gonna want a couple of those. I'll talk to you. We'll square away soon. It's a nice looking cover. It's okay. Reminds me of, what was that? The Legends of the Dark Knight, that comic
Right.
from the 90s.
Well, what's the name of the comic? Doesn't have a title.
Batman number 149.
Oh, okay.
This is the one in 25. You have to order
Oh,
20.
okay.
Huh. It's a nice cover. What was this actress's name again, you guys?
Julia Adams.
Yes, thank you.
Oh my gosh. I'm getting all these hair clumps off the back of the cat here.
How's it going, Martin? How's you been? What's been happening?
Good,
Yeah.
good. How about you?
Same thing. Just keeping busy, just working.
Yeah, I've been busy too.
That's awesome.
That is. I love that.
That is great.
I need to make copies and leave them in my car.
Yeah, that's so America. What is that? The mid-century was 70s, 80s. That's the 1970s,
This was
1980s.
this was from the post. My dad would always bring home these things from working at the post office. This was like memes back then.
Yeah, right. When they first started getting the copy machines, and they were little office jokes, right, or the fax machines
Yeah.
and stuff.
So every day he would bring home a bunch of these memes.
Beautiful, great.
Yeah, these were memes before the internet.
All right.
When you had, or maybe it was right when the internet was coming out. And it took forever to print something. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You have to
Oh, yeah.
you'd have to like download it and then print it. Yeah, you probably spent hours doing that, huh?
Well, I
Every
didn't get
day.
into the internet that early. When it was annoying, I wasn't. I kind of came along when it was easier to print stuff. Um, I wasn't a super early adopter of the internet.
Yeah. This is falling apart. It's from like 1940 something.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I remember you getting that.
Somebody want to adopt it. It's from Nina, 1944 to Karen. This, oh yeah, it was from the Karen collection.
Nice.
Well, how could that be fixed? What would be the way to fix that?
Mending tissue, easy.
Yeah, who has that?
Don't you have a Bernard's or whatever?
I've never even heard of a Bernard's.
Midwest people have Bernard's, I think.
We have it.
It's like a hardware store that has everything.
It's like a Lowe's or a Home Depot.
But much smaller, right?
No, it's the same size.
Oh wow. Well, I
Huge.
guess I haven't been there in 20 years. So I think they were smaller back then.
But anything you're looking for, it's on the internet. In fact, you could go right on YouTube and watch how to fix that.
Really cool image right there. I'll take that if nobody wants it.
Yeah, I'll put it in your pile.
Yeah, I'll go on Amazon and order some mending tape or mending tissue or library.
Yeah, because this piece is still there, even this little piece right here.
Yeah.
Gobbledygook. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and then just go on YouTube.
Attach that first, and then you. Then you go inside and you put the mending tissue so you can fold it open.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos on fixing the spines of books.
There you go. Videos on fixing everything, pretty much. I
Yes,
guess.
everything.
But I do really like that circus image on the back. As soon as I saw that, because you know I have a Mark's circus set and a Mark's Disney characters set, and so it'll fit right in there.
Cool.
I've got the 10 pieces and everything. Once I get to the new place, I'm going to really work on display so you guys can see a lot more of my stuff, especially the old stuff.
That's chamber paper. Put all this stuff away.
Hey, I'm going to call you in a couple of days too, Kevin, because I'm actually working on a. Yeah, I'm so stupid, but I'm working on a build a figure. I need a couple figures. I'll make a list and then I'll let you know what I'm looking for. It's from a couple lines ago, right? It's from
I have a
I'm
whole
working
tub
on
of figure parts.
I'm working on the controller build a figures. So I'll let you know what figures I need or what pieces. I only need a couple at this point. I need Quake, and I need what's that guy's name? The evil Antifa Captain America. What's his name? U.S. Agent. Those are the ones I need. Quake and U.S. Agent. Quake is the female shield agent with the metal hands.
Oh.
In case you guys didn't know. I know that you're interested. I mean, that's kind of cool too. It's okay. I wouldn't buy it, but it's kind of cool. Looks neat. What is it? Reminds me of that guy Carrie Beatty that used to. Is it Beatty or Beatty that used to do Mysteries and the covers to Scary Monsters?
Oh, that's cool looking.
Yeah, kind of looks like Charles Burns. Right?
Yeah.
A little bit. I like it. Or what was that? The cover to that Robert Klein album? What was that Robert Klein album? Where it was like the inside of a junk drawer and a kid in a teenager's bedroom.
That's what I
in
was
the
just going to
60s.
say. I was going to say this is like a junk drawer here in my store.
Yeah, I think it's called a child of the 50s or child of the 50s. Maybe is the title of the album. Very early Robert Klein comedy album that I used to have, but don't know.
Wow.
That's all.
These need some mending tissue right here. These need one of those deep water baths. Is that what they call it, where they soak all the pages?
I guess, yeah, so they have water damage and
Yeah, these need a hot bath.
A spa treatment.
Yeah. Maybe a little peroxide or whatever they use. Chlorine.
I'm clicking on the chat, missing Mars. I'm just not reading it all. What's wrong with that one?
Same thing. These were all probably underwater at one time. It was only 111 today.
111,
Oh, that's a
really? Oh,
little
wow.
break. Huh?
Yeah, we had some relief today from the heat.
Do you ever, at this point of the year, do you ever air out the house? Like, I mean, even at midnight, it's 95 degrees. So essentially, you can't really cool down the house by opening the windows. Is it
No, you
possible,
can't.
or do you, or is it closed the whole time?
No, it's closed the whole time.
Yeah. And the
There's no
dogs have
area.
got to be cool. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
barely go outside. They go outside. Actually, they do go outside at night. They have reverse. They sleep all day and they go outside at night.
That makes sense because it's so freaking hot during the day and you're at work, and so they're sleeping. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't even drink any water during the day because they're sleeping all day. Their water bowl will still be full when I get there. That's how I know they're not outside, because they would be drinking water if they were. And then I have to get up in the middle of the night and fill their bowl up because they'll be drinking all night tonight. They'll be outside. I always thought we should do that here. We should have reverse hours this summer. We're up all night working, and then we sleep all day.
Yeah.
How many dogs do you have, Kevin?
I have two pit bulls.
So I heard you guys talking earlier about the Route US 66 show, the DVD.
Oh,
you got that? That's $100 right there.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that. I was shocked.
Do you think my DVD has that on it?
Yeah, it does. Because they only did one episode with Boris Karloff, Lon Chaney Jr., and Peter Lorre. So yours has this episode.
So I just saved $95.
Yes. Yeah, because it's a television show. It's black and white. The quality isn't going to be that much of an improvement when you're talking Blu-ray as opposed to what you've got. Some of them you can definitely tell a big difference between the quality, but this one not so much. I mean, this is a good quality, but so is the one you have.
Cool. I'm happy about that.
So here's another thing. If anybody who's a fan out there, speaking of going out of print, that's why these go up in price so much. Is because they go out of print and then they shoot up. And here's a box set that I just got actually today in the mail. I've been holding off on buying it. You can get it for $40, but it's going out of print. And once this thing goes out of print, it's going to shoot up to being a stupid price. It's got all 5 of the Fly films. So you start out with the Vincent Price, The Fly, and then Return of the Fly, Curse of the Fly, and then you get the other 2 that were the later ones that were done in 1986. The Jeff
Yeah, I'd
Goldblum.
like to get that. Where did you buy that from?
You can get this right now on Amazon for like $40. It started out like at $70, but right now it's going for about $40.
Yeah, I'll buy that for $40.
And it's Blu-ray, but it is on the list to be. It's on the out of print list. So if you go on the Shout Factory,
It's
website,
made by Shout Factory.
Yeah, and theirs is a little more expensive. You're going to get a better deal on Amazon, but if you go on their website, you're going to see that this is going out of print. This is one of them.
I really want to get a fly. I want to get a fly mask too.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
With the
and then
hands.
here's the other one that you had. This is the Blu-ray.
Yeah. Yeah, the Blu-ray was
a fun movie.
expensive. It was expensive for that, so I just got the DVD.
Was it?
Yeah,
and then I heard,
Goodwill.com had the DVD for like $5.
On a different episode, I heard Gratu talking about this is the early stages, of course, of Ultraman.
Yeah.
And this is Blu-ray as well. And it's
that's great.
I don't know if any of you have seen this, but it's really cool. It's a
I've seen some of the episodes.
Yeah, they've got some really wild, weird monsters. And as Gratu was saying, it's shot a little different, where it's kind of similar to The Outer Limits. You know, it's black and white. It's got single stories. It's a less of the giant monsters. You know, like Ultraman. That's all that was, him fighting the giant monsters.
Yeah.
So another thing that I brought to show, which I haven't shown, is these are some of the old comics that I inherited that I wasn't a fan of, but I'm glad I didn't get rid of them, because, as I said, after years later, I appreciate these, and I'm starting to break into some of these and look at them. But as a kid, I was not into the comics. I was, it was all war, superheroes, military, the combat ones, and of course horror. That was my number one. I love those. But anyway, this is some Walt Disney ones.
Oh, I love that cover. I have that cover.
What's wrong with him?
And he's messed them up. His job is supposed to be selling the sodas, but because it's Donald, he's drinking the sodas.
He got he had a sugar crash or something.
This cover's in bad shape.
Donald's thing was he got a new job and then he would get fired from that job, right? That was a running joke, is that he couldn't hold a job. He always had a new job in many of the stories. And Uncle Scrooge would teach him a lesson at the end involving that new job and how he lost it. Oh, there's that. What's her name? The Mad Miss Mim. Is that her name?
Yeah. See it?
Yeah, the evil witch from Sword in the Stone. Mad Madam Mim. These are great. I love these. I have a bunch of these too. This is an older one, or it's got the Mickey Mouse Club logo there.
Yeah.
Do they still have the Mickey Mouse Club on TV?
As far as a new version of it, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Imagine what that would be like. That's kind of a skit right there, or a parody, thinking about what the new Mickey Mouse Club would be like by comparison, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that where they get the new actors and actresses and music people?
They used to.
Yeah, notoriously, the kids would become stars in music or television or movies.
That's where they first get exposed to MK Ultra, and they get.
Yes. But there are people that survive, like Kurt Russell made it through that whole experience, right?
Yeah.
And I think he's
absolutely.
He's about the only one that seemed to have emerged unscathed from Disney.
Oh yeah, we also know that Britney Spears was unscathed too.
But they got to kind of stay out of the limelight for their whole life, though, afterwards. Kurt Russell, you don't see him do anything. You don't see him do any new movies. Or
this is
he's like probably 75 years old.
He was in something recently, and
yeah, he was.
He was in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah,
he was. That's a great comic right there. Is that a giant size one?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's one of the thick ones.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah, and he was also in that Quentin Tarantino film, the Hollywood. The Sharon Tate, Charles Manson.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, what was that? Something Hollywood.
It's not new.
Yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I think.
Yeah, that's it.
Do they talk about the Manson family during that movie?
Yeah,
they
they're in it.
yeah, it's all, it's kind of a retelling of that whole story, which if you haven't seen it, it's worth watching. It's hilarious the way it ends. It's a completely different take on the.
It ends like in a swimming pool, right? I saw the ending, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
The new movies, I like see bits and pieces of them. I never see the full thing.
Yeah, I rarely watch any of the new movies. Very, very few.
I'll piece it together after like 5 years. I'll piece the whole movie together.
Here's another
Yeah.
thick one. The large.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
That's pretty cool. Somebody was showing the Mount Rushmore pictures of
another
it when they only had 2 heads finished on there. I can't believe they were able to do that work with just a hammer and a chisel, and some explosives.
Yeah, it's amazing. I was just there last year.
It seems like today they couldn't even do that work. They can barely fix roads now. I mean,
You're right.
They have no,
Wow. I remember a Don Martin cartoon from Mad Magazine where it was a gardener that worked on Mount Rushmore, and he was like trimming these bushes out of like President Lincoln's nose on like a scaffolding. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, and here's an Archie that's in bad shape.
I'm surprised nobody's trying to blow up that thing.
So the last one, I just got this in the mail today. I had this as a kid, but my cover was ripped. So I got this one and on eBay, and I paid $3.50 for it, $3.50 plus shipping, which was $4.50. But it's number one.
Yeah,
And
I
of
bought
course,
that one in 3rd grade from the spinner rack.
yeah, I had it as a kid also. Loved it.
What a
What
thing
year
of
are you
beauty. That's one of those comics that to us we were like, what a thing of beauty, and your mom would immediately like want to throw that away, wouldn't she? She'd be
Absolutely.
like disgusted. She would have been my mom would be disgusted when she would see that.
What do you want a gross comic like that for?
She might say disgusting. She might say that's disgusting, David.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's it, Gratu.
Well, I've been clearing out the garage and been bringing some stuff in that I've been organizing, and see if I can find any. It seems like I found some things that I thought would be interesting earlier. See if I can find them.
Just found a mummy mask.
Oh, that's pretty good. Let's see that.
It was jammed in a box. I need to try to reshape it. It must be rubber instead of latex because there's no cracking or anything.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks like it's still soft.
Was that a trick or treat company?
No, if it was trick or treat, it probably would have been gone. The way it was stored, this was not stored properly. So I'm thinking this is a rubber or vinyl mask.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good mask.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna stuff it right now.
Yeah, I like that one.
Stuff it with some paper, some bubble wrap.
I'm looking around. I'm really not seeing anything good to show. Everything's packed. There's like a stack of really crappy record albums, but there might be something fairly good in there. I don't know though, but it's
Yeah.
there's not much. Yeah, I'll grab this box of records. The one that's on the front is worth showing.
Okay.
You have two of the Elvira red couches.
Just one.
Oh, that's a chair. Is that a red chair?
Oh, that's a separate red little chair that I got at a different time.
I need one of those couches like that.
Here's this is from second grade. I think this is from second grade. Yeah, let me go over there. Better light over there. I found some comics I did as a kid.
Oh, cool.
This one I think is from second grade. It's Mad Magazine.
Nice.
And
Oh, you
Dennis the
created
Menace
that one?
is shooting a slingshot. I guess that's supposed to be Alfred E. Newman. I don't know. I don't think. Can you even make out that image? In the back, I've just put some stuff I cut out of the newspaper. So some of this is right out of the newspaper, and here's a drawing my brother did in the Don Martin style. Yeah, here's the table of contents. Let's see, that's something I cut out of the newspaper. So whenever the movie Pigs was in theaters, I'm guessing 1972, second grade, I cut that out of the paper.
I never saw Pigs. What was
I don't
Pigs
think
about?
I did either. I think Elvira showed it once, but if comics belong to Mad, and it's, I don't know. I remember this. Mad looks at karate, so it's all this. I don't think that lighting's very good.
Did Dennis just pick somebody's head off?
Yeah, it's all ultra gory. Well, Dennis is he didn't knock his head off, but a lot of blood. And then this guy is knocked this guy's hair off. But I don't know if that skull is supposed to be coming from inside his head or not. Here's King Kong versus Godzilla. Well, this is Mad looks at Peanuts. This is where Snoopy decides to become a vampire. I probably should show this not on a stream yard, but where I can have better light.
I want to see that shrunken head sometime too.
Oh yeah, that's right here. This this must be when the movie Alien came out.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, here's a Ghost Rider comic. And also here's a werewolf, mummy, vampire. There's a ghost.
Covered all the bases there.
Frankenstein, Cyclops. That just says plain old monster. Dr. Frankenstein and Demon.
Demon. Those are great. That's awesome.
This looks more like high school. So it's the divider from a binder. I don't know what all this is. Okay, so this is 1974. It's Ghost Rider special comic.
Nice.
You got shot with arrows?
Yeah, this guy up here says that's what you get, Ghost Rider, and he's shot with an arrow. So it's the kind of artwork inside. They're fighting with swords.
Hey, this mummy mask is better than the Trick or Treat Studios one.
Let's take a look.
I'll show you both. There's the one I just found.
Looks like Joe Biden tonight.
Here's the Trick or Treat Studios one.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Now listen here, Jack. Now listen here, Jack. Well, anyway.
The idea.
Think about this. Is that what is that the new thing he's been saying a lot of? Now think about this. Or what does he say?
Trump's always done that. Trump says, think about it. That's his catchphrase. But now they're painting Biden orange because they figured he looked too pale at the debate. So now they can't do their orange man bad routine.
Right.
Yeah.
That Phantom of the Opera, Kevin, that's up there. Is that Trick or Treat?
Yeah, that one is. Pretty good.
Yeah, he looks cool.
The Wolfman's pretty good too.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I really like that Wolfman.
Yeah.
Very active.
I just didn't like the Mummy as much, this one.
Yeah, the other one is better.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
The other one's better.
Yeah.
It's just the detail looks crappy on it. This one needs to be shaped a little better.
Are you back at the house or are you still at?
No, I'm at the store.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
this one really resembles Karloff. It has a very, it looks like Boris Karloff, actually.
I mean, it was flat. It was flattened in a box, at the bottom of a box. So I need to get it formed right.
Yeah, he held up well.
It says Universal Studios made in Mexico on the back. Probably came out in like the late 90s.
Huh.
That creature that you have brought you, it's probably like the same time as that one.
Yeah, probably. Pretty neat.
The lady from The Shining died today.
Shelley Duvall.
Shelley Duvall, yeah.
Yep.
Here's another issue of Mad. This one's.
She was Olive Oil in the Popeye movie, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll ever remake a Popeye movie.
Well, I don't know. I don't think most kids know who that is.
No,
This
they
is from
don't.
July of '78. Weird science fiction tales.
Nice.
Oh, and here's the thing. I always thought that Popeye might have been created to sell spinach, but he wasn't.
No, the whole spinach thing, yeah. He wasn't even originally a character in that comic strip. He kind of emerged and took over the comic strip.
But like You know that little gun inside the potato gun in the back of the comics?
Uh-huh.
That was created to sell potatoes because they had an overstock of potatoes. They needed to get rid of them, so they came out with that potato gun.
This is a cover from the next summer, The Thrill of Violence, August 78. Some guy with no arms or no legs is about to chop her in the head. Like,
The Thrill of Violence.
here's a
What is that?
1973 Dennis the Menace comic. It's got one of those stamps where you could redeem for prizes.
Gold. Oh, what was it called? Green stamps?
Yeah, except this is a yellow stamp. This is.
We had those at grocery stores, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
here's my version of a monster, like the ads in the back of a monster magazine. Man, I don't
Okay.
think you could see this with a.
Hey, did your guys' grocery stores have the where you bring in the tops of the bottoms of the cereal box and you can get stuff?
Yeah. I think they were S&H green stamps.
Right.
My mother used to collect the box for Betty Crocker products, and she would redeem those for silver flatware for my sisters. She bought all this. It was like china or silverware or something like that.
So there you can get a werewolf mask, a Frankenstein mask, bloody soap, monster hands, fake BM, looks real as hell.
Wow, fake BM.
And that's from that pigs ad. I must have cut out the pig head and put it in this comic, and the word pigs and put it in the other comic. Next
So what
issue on
is this?
sale, September 2nd, 1973. So that dates this. It was never finished, but looks like I copied the art pretty closely.
Yeah, you're very prolific, very productive for such a young person. Much more so than I haven't seen this type of work.
These are from different time periods. See, this is
I never got this far. I was making little drawings. I wasn't drawing panels like this.
This is going to be late 70s. Crash Kringle. I don't know if you can even read this, but he's all covered in blood.
You could publish that today.
Yeah, I should submit this to the people that are doing the Conan book.
That is good. Conan the Librarian.
He's doing an exorcism on the Roadrunner, who's a vampire. That's a blank paper where I can finish the comic today. I was a teenage Roadrunner. You imagine I just start and finish it?
I think you should. Then I think you should make it into a zine.
See, that's the last panel, and then I've got all these pages. I can finish it.
Yeah, you already got ready to go.
You can make it into a movie.
There you go.
This is Super Fink. This is from the beginning of third grade, August 73. This might have been actually before third grade started, because back then, school didn't start until after Labor Day.
Yeah.
You should do a Kickstarter crowdfund that.
Yeah, really.
The modern art issue of Crazy.
Yeah, it's apparently all a bunch of modern art pictures.
Just think if you crowdfunded that and got you became a millionaire. You got $1 million from people.
Yeah, I don't know. A piece of toilet paper, apparently.
Used.
Wow.
Oh, it's a parody of The Gong Show.
Oh, man. The Goon Show.
Which was actually a show in England that I guess I wasn't aware of. Oh, Chuck Barris blows Charlie Brown's head off. I don't know if YouTube will like that.
What is that, Prescient?
Here's Vomit
Prescient,
Magazine, first issue of Vomit Mag. No one ever used that name.
It's a great name.
You were aware that you picked up on Chuck Barris's assassin abilities, maybe?
I guess. Oh yeah, before it came out that he was, supposedly.
He claimed to be a secret agent.
Hey, Miss
Yes.
Oh, this
Yes.
is
Marvel.
a Donald Duck parody where he's like Charles Whitman sniper. This is actually, you know what this is? This is there was a story in Warren magazines drawn by Neil Adams that really disturbed me, and I think that's what I was trying to recreate there. There was a he did some story about some crazy Charles Whitman guy, and you see people horribly. I don't think you're supposed to talk about that on YouTube. I better be quiet. But it was a very disturbing story and either creepy or eerie. I remember seeing that. Well, here's early third grade. It's Vault of Horror. Boy, these aren't in
Cyclops.
very good shape, man. But it's one of those 20 centers. That's my brother drew that Wolfman there.
Let me see. Go back.
What's that?
Let me see that Wolfman. It's hard to see it.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how to.
Oh, that's better.
See, I knew the comic should have 6 panels per page. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's how I learned as a kid. 6 panels per page. This is September of '77. It's Corbin the Barbarian. This at least is inked. September '77.
Wow.
Let's see what else we got. This is also from '77. It looks like I guess that's supposed to be Luke Skywalker getting horribly killed. This was never finished. I assume. Who else would that be?
Han Solo.
I don't know. I think it's Luke Skywalker, but I don't know. Here is a special Don Martin magazine.
Okay.
I don't know, man. Oh shoot! I think this was the guy that this friend of mine that died from flying a kite with a wire hitting a high tension line.
I remember that story.
Yeah, I think that was
Yeah.
him.
Did you draw that posthumously?
No, that was before. Here's this is from 4th grade. It's Dr. Frankenstein. That's probably worthy of framing there. Here's a paper doll of Frankenstein.
Yes. You know, if you're not gonna, I mean, whatever you do with this stuff, you could make, videos of this stuff where you're looking at it closer and reading it and going through it and
Yeah, I
showing us.
think I should. Right now is I don't have
That would
perfect
be,
lighting or anything.
yeah, you can try and set it up to make a canned video like that.
Yeah, I will. It's the videos I did of that a few years back were not very popular, but it's still fun to do.
smopular.
Yeah, yeah, really. This was an ad for the Forbidden Bookstore and coffee shop video store that I used to hang out at. There's some good stuff in this pile, as I recall.
Did we ever figure this one out?
What one?
This
Why do I
says
need to get? Let me go to your camera.
it says $1.25 value,
Yeah,
and then it says with filler paper 29 cents.
filler paper.
What does that mean?
You mean like school supplies, maybe? Filler paper.
So I think this was Mervin's or Sears comic book.
Okay. Is it from the 90s boom?
It's from oh, here's Zeller. Oh, it's Zeller's. Visit your local Zeller's store.
I've never heard of that place.
Is Zeller's equivalent to Mervin's? Because we had Mervin's out here.
I remember Mervin's, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what kind of store it is.
Mervin's was like had everything.
It was like Sears. It was like
Yeah.
Okay.
Heavy on
And
clothing.
Mervin's was usually a separate. It wasn't in a mall. It was like in a strip center, right?
Mervin's, yeah, they were always in a strip center. Yeah, they were never inside a mall. No.
Okay.
And I think Zeller's might have been the equivalent to that, maybe in the East Coast, maybe.
Yeah.
This comic book has been sponsored by Zeller's to support and promote the cause for literacy in Canada.
Oh, it's Canadian.
Approved by French something. Funds are being donated to ABC Canada. Has no date. But yeah, I was just trying to figure out what filler. Oh, here. Maybe this is our answer. Oh, they're called scrap. Oh, there's filler. There's our filler paper. Yep. Filler paper for binders.
That's what I thought. It's back to school supplies.
So wait, so it's $1.25. Oh, you get it for 29 cents when you buy filler paper.
Okay.
And they're saying that you get $1.25 value for 29 cents.
I guess it's a way to make shopping for school supplies less painful.
I mean, it's kind of cool.
It is cool.
Except that was the most depressing time of the year when you went to the store and saw that it was back to school time. For me.
It was.
Yeah. You had to buy new shoes. Why did you always have to buy new clothes and new shoes? What if you liked your old shoes and your old clothes?
You were outgrowing them. You were growing every year. And
yeah, that's right. Yeah, we forget about that part.
Wanted you to look nice. Remember those tough skins? And
yes.
So at that point, like 4th through 6th or 7th grade, weren't you guys blowing your ears out on your jeans every day and like come home covered in dirt? I used to do that, right?
Oh yeah.
Come home. Yeah. So there was a reason she kept buying the clothes.
So this was during the Batman movie. This book came out.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
Those now.
Oh shit.
Not really, but I do have a neighbor who wears like complete like pajamas outdoors every day.
I went to Fisherman's Wharf in 1992.
Oh, cool. Back when it still existed.
It's not there anymore?
It's all closed down. I mean, it's still there. It's just half of it is shuttered and covered with boards.
Do they still do here? Let me. I have it right up here. Do they still do the tours?
Yeah, they do. Daily. You can still go to Alcatraz every day.
That was fun. Always going there.
Yeah, it is.
You get on the ferry right there at Fisherman's Wharf.
Yep. It's nice. Nice to go visit a federal penitentiary. It's a cool place. It's a neat little boat ride too. The ferry ride is cool.
Now it was closed for a while, wasn't it, Meyer? Because when we went there, the first time I went to San Francisco was, I believe, in 1978, and in '78 you weren't allowed to go on to Alcatraz.
Yeah, it was probably closed because of some sort of American Indian occupation that was happening. I think there was a political thing going on, and they had it closed, and it was also like deemed unsafe for a while before they made it into it's a national park basically now. It's set up like a museum that you can walk through. But back then it had not been refurbished and made safe or anything at that point.
Right.
I think. The most interesting, I mean, the whole island is interesting, but what I always thought was most interesting when I was a kid was seeing that that everybody lived there. So many people lived there, like seeing where the guards lived, that there was a school there, that kids lived there. That idea to me in my mind kind of blew my mind, thinking that
I did not know that. I had no idea.
Yeah.
I figured they would just take a ferry across and go back home.
No, there were a bunch of people living there at one point, I guess, in the height of it, which would have been probably the 40s or maybe the 30s or something, or early 50s. I don't know. But
that Freddy's Cat, Freak Brothers.
Oh, that's right. You got some. I remember you had a box of underground comics.
I have some.
That all started in San Francisco, right? Yeah, here we go.
These are great. That Freak Brothers you just showed, I think, was the very first Freak Brothers I ever bought. It's that one right there. In about 1982.
Now that I think about it, there's some Zellers ads on YouTube with Batman. I think they're either animated or they've got people playing the Adam West version. And they're probably from the late 80s when that Tim Burton movie came out.
These are great.
Dude, Jesus and the Bank Robbers.
Bert Sturgeon, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I have that issue or not.
I don't. It's really cool looking. Wonder Warthog was fantastic.
Yeah.
Here's Crapman Presents Junior Jackalope, issue 1.
Wow, that's cool.
This one has a cool logo. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, cool. That is great.
Jambo's asking if you're getting rid of those Golden Age.
Those ones we need to fix, we need to soak them in some peroxide.
Peroxide. Bleach.
Bleach fixes everything.
Sounds like he's interested in them. What's that comic called?
Forbidden Knowledge. I remember the guy that sold me this. He was trying to explain it to me, but he was like on acid, I think, when he was trying to. Couldn't understand him.
He's trying to explain that particular comic there?
Yeah. Look at A-bomb antics, blind dinosaurs, ballistic bats, shit knives, AC/DC, world's biggest whorehouse.
Shit knives.
That sounds like an interesting comic.
Yeah, it really does. It's great.
Oh yeah, Yeah, maybe he wasn't on acid. Maybe he was explaining it how it was.
Yeah, another great one. One of these ones has on the back cover, it has that image. It's a full color, like pinup image that they sold as a poster that is the rooftop penthouse, the San Francisco rooftop penthouse headquarters of the Freak Brothers. You know the one I'm talking about, you guys?
No.
I'm sure
No,
I've
yeah,
seen
it's
it,
on
but I don't
on
recall
the
it
back
often.
cover, either that one or the other one you showed earlier. The back cover is a pinup, but at the same time as it being a pinup, it's a poster ad because you can buy that pinup, I think, on the inside back cover, and it's really cool, like what I just described. It just shows, it's like what their penthouse would look like. It's kind of like a map of the inside of the Bat Cave, except it's showing everything that they have, right?
Is this your personal collection or any of these for sale?
I never know how to price these things. Look at this one. Jesus Meets the Armed Services.
Wow.
Yeah, there's an
Got a
old
book.
underground price guide, but it's probably 40 years old.
Yeah,
These
these are
I've
all
always,
great.
I hung on to these because they were in such good shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a beautiful collection unto its own. Just this stack that you've been showing is a really nice collection.
Yeah, is that Snarf?
Yeah, kitchen sink publication Snarf #9.
This stuff looks like it came right out of a head shop in 1974. You know, it really does. It looks like
Yeah.
it came back of a record store, like through the beaded curtain to get to it.
Let me
They
smell.
wouldn't,
Let me smell it. See if it smells like Nog Champa still.
18 or over only back here to look at these comics.
Jumbo wants to know what's under the Master Comics. He's seeing that pile back there. He must not have been watching when you went through them.
These. Oh, this is weird. It's so glossy. This cover stock. I didn't know they did covers like.
Zeller's was the Canadian version of Walmart. It closed down 14 years ago, the Great Mystery said in the chat.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure there's some cool ads on YouTube if you type in Zeller's Batman. Because I remember it was some store, and I thought I'd never heard of this store before, but it was Canadian.
Missing
There's
Mars.
This one has Hunter Biden in it. It's called Crack
Yeah.
Comic.
That's nice though. That's that clown.
And Kid Eternity.
They just need some work, but they'd be good comics if you know how to press them and all that stuff.
Or a great reader's copy for like the sauna. You know, those guys that sit in a towel and read the newspaper. You just walk in with one of these 1940s comics and plop
Read
your
it
ass
while floating in the pool.
of sweat.
Oh, he wants to buy them. It says sold.
Eucalyptus sleeves. Look at this. This is a nice looking book. Wow.
The 40-year-old hippie.
Yeah.
Now they're 80-year-old hippies.
Mm-hmm.
This is a school for superheroes.
Oh yeah, I don't think I have that issue.
This one's cool. This is a John Pound cover.
I might have that.
This predates Garbage Pail Kids when he did a Atom Bomb.
Oh wow.
Little exploding head thing.
Yeah. That's a significant comic. Well, this is an incredible collection here.
Oh, that's commies from Mars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just be careful what covers you show.
Yeah. I'm giving you the edited version.
Okay.
Lazarus Lamb.
This one's the square bound.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know that one.
I've never seen it.
Never even seen Knockout Comics logo. What's that say? I thought it said Knockout. What does that say?
Knockabout.
Knockabout.
Maybe that's Australian or something.
Yeah,
Here's one for Jambo.
I hear that. I think about Jenny Agutter. Oh, yeah, there you go.
That's pretty good.
It's hilarious. Jungle bungle. Bungle in the jungle.
Look at that. When you jerks are finished posing for each other, will someone please rescue me from this python? Honky Tonk Sue, the queen of country swing.
I have that one. Yeah, I have that one.
There's the back cover of this one because I got it signed.
Oh yeah,
that's nice.
He did Nard and Pat. One of my favorite undergrounds is Nard and Pat.
Yep.
Here's another back cover, signed with a cartoon. What does it say? To me,
this is art.
You know what I wish I would have bought before he passed away from him? He was selling toilet seats with the original art on them.
Oh, man. That would have been great.
That look like Biden's eyes tonight.
They have him on a very specific cocktail, right? Because they have to give him a downer to loosen up the rigidity. So they got him on some sort of epilepsy medicine like levodopa or something, right? They have something on him for people with seizures because he's got this rigidity, but at the same time, they have to keep him awake. So they got to have him filled up with goofballs at the same time, cross tops and Coke. So
that sounds like a speedball.
Yeah, it's a delicate combination.
He looks like his eyes are
he's on a
dilated.
speedball.
Yeah, he's got to go. He's got a mixture of uppers and downers going.
Oh wow!
Allegedly.
Yeah.
It's a comedy show.
Yeah. Look, they got peyote and mushrooms growing right there.
Yeah, that's great. That's what that Freak Brothers poster I was telling you is like. It shows their penthouse and it shows all their little growing apparatuses and girls in a swimming pool and everything. Attack dogs, the whole setup.
Retailer, remove this outer cover at your own risk.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, don't do it.
Not worth it.
Here's the new adventures of Jesus.
No, that's good. Nice.
And this one is cool. This one's Harold.
Yes.
Is it Head or Heed?
Head.
It's Head.
Harold Head. Hitler's cocaine.
This is a good comic. I have another one of these. It's kind of like it's a parody of what it looks like. It's an adventure thing that kind of looks like it's supposed to be like Wally Wood or something. Rand
84.
Holmes.
Oh, I can't show this next one. Oh, Canadian. The next one I can't show. There's Snarf. I can't even read this one.
Well, it's Robert Williams chrome art.
This guy's shooting up or something now.
Sometimes these comics would be so difficult to obtain that they wouldn't even be on a rack. They would be inside of a glass case, kind of spread out next to like some belt buckles and some pipes and roach clips or something. you'd have to like point it if you wanted it. I mean, you'd have to like point it to the guy behind the counter and say, "Can I see that?" And they would pull it out for you. I remember seeing them like that underneath glass, even, and just a few of them, like 5 or 10, and that was it. That's an incredible cover. It's so neat looking at this stuff, and you can just see that that's Spain Rodriguez.
Yeah.
You can see the influence. These guys are 15, 20 years older than us, and they grew up reading comics in the 40s and 50s and watching serials and movies. And so their influences, it just rip, flies off the page. You can see what they're doing. It's an EC comic called Insect Fear. Yeah.
Next one I can't show. Couple left.
Wow.
Oh, look at Lynch signed it right here.
Oh, that's so cool.
Check it. Look, hand signed. Wow, in ink. Yeah. And then if you look through the pages, he'll draw little cartoons all over the place.
Oh, that's neat.
His dream job. He ended up with his dream job. You could see he enjoyed himself to the end there.
That's my whole ground collection. It's all of it.
That's it.
Oh.
It's a great stat.
I just added 2 to it.
Remember Emilio Estevez's dad in Repo Man? That character, his parents that just sat in the house and watched TV and stuff. They were old hippies. His dad was like an underground comics reader. That was the type.
Can I use these still?
What is it exactly?
Are they stamps?
Stamps.
Oh, it's from another country though.
Oh.
Collectors.
Yeah, Meyer, if you're a big fan of that movie, Repo Man, Criterion's releasing a version of it with a lot of bonus features.
Oh, I'd like to see that. I love that movie.
Yeah, I do too, but I realize I haven't seen it since the days of since the 80s probably.
I saw it not long ago because I introduced it to my kids. So I probably watched it 15 years ago or something, the last time I watched it. And, they completely got it and loved it. But before that, I was still listening to the soundtrack. So I probably introduced the music to my kids before they saw the movie. That's a great soundtrack to that movie.
Like these are some drawings I made for audio cassettes.
Oh, wow.
Patriotic songs. The Empira's Tape of Torment. And
cool.
This is a drawing by I forgot who drew it. It was a 7th grader, King Kong and Fay Ray. So
What grade was
Fay
that?
Ray looks kind of like a gang member. Guess it's all right. It's
That's pretty good. What grade was that?
seventh grade. Here's a little just a photocopy that I had laminated. Go see Spook Show deal. Dallas Fantasy Fair was the big convention that used to be in Dallas. This is a booklet. This is from August 11th through 13th, 1995. So they've got Jim Steranko, Jeff Smith, and Rob Liefeld there. And who else? Yeah, I was at this convention. Oh, you could meet Spawn, whatever the heck that means.
Yeah. Al Simmons.
Is that the actor that played him in the movie?
Well, it was the guy that he was named after.
Oh, okay. This is it looks like pro wrestling, but this is a student drawing a Princess of Mars, so that would be John Carter. Doesn't it look like pro wrestling?
I like that one. I like the movement. He like captured, or she captured this movement. I do like how they're puffy, how they look like
Yeah,
muscle men.
yeah. This is a he. Juan, what's his name?
I like it. Good style. Interesting.
I've been meaning for years to do a painting of this character, Princess Dragon Mom from Ultraman. I mean,
Yeah.
Inframan. It's just really cool. That or the Iron Maiden from those Thunder Agent comics. I probably need to do both of those. Here's where the I had this laminated. The name Superman came from, well, other than the Hitler using Ubermensch, but this is an ad for Doc Savage. Superman, Doc Savage, man of master mind and body, follow his glorious adventures every month. And so he was referred to as Superman and the Man of Bronze. So that's kind of where Man of Steel and all that came from. This is from photography class when I was in high school. So that's a picture of me in high school.
That's cool. That's a good pick. It's interesting.
Trying to. This is looks like this was sent to me by Dr. Silverage. It just says Maine.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So I guess I could put that on the front of a comic box that doesn't have Gotham City. It has the same basic logo. It's like everything I wear has got this logo. Let's see.
I'm thinking
What
about
is-
doing a glow in the dark shirt.
You got a new. You got a shirt? You want me to go to your screen?
No, I was thinking about doing the same shirt but glow in the dark.
Oh,
Yeah, you
I'm
should.
trying to figure out what this is or why I have it. The Loyal Order of the Boar, the Desert Chapter, William Beaumont Army Hospital, El Paso, Texas, 11th May, 1958.
Huh.
It
It's
must
not.
be my
That's
father's, possibly. He was
yeah, it would be. That's Fort Bliss, Texas. That's in El Paso.
Fort Bliss. Okay.
Yeah, Fort Bliss.
Oh,
Went to
yeah.
basic
See, they've
school.
got Auld Lang Swine instead of, yeah. They're, it's all pig oriented. Maybe my dad's name is in. Yep, there he is. Right there. Charles M. Weinert, Captain MSC. What is MSC? Medical Service Corps?
Yeah, I
Is
think
that
so.
Captain?
I mean, we don't use that anymore, but maybe that's what they were using in 1968.
58.
Oh, 58. Okay.
So if he was a captain in 58, what are the ranks between captain and colonel?
Major and lieutenant colonel.
Okay. I remember when he was a lieutenant colonel. This is from my high school newspaper. This is Pantera when they were still like in high school and they weren't famous yet. Or I guess maybe it's their first album. This is the article that was printed in my school paper. I think one of them went to the high school and the other ones went to the high school a few miles away. Here's just a cover to an EC comic. That was in a frame. I don't know why it isn't. There's a hot rod sticker. The attendance for the spook show. Raymond and his midnight spook show. This is what Jack in the Box used to look like before the socialists came in and made all the fast food restaurants look like prisons. And
they should have never blown up that clown. Remember when they blew up that clown? That was a terrible thing.
Yeah, I know. This was what I was doing in I can't in college. This was this later grew into the magazine I did, The Sophisticate, but there's not much I can really show in here that's G-rated. This is something of the newspaper, the movie Guardian of Hell. We combined it with an Elvis thing. Elvis, Guardian of Hell.
Wouldn't that have been great if Elvis had done like Mob or something, the way that Steve McQueen did? It would be neat if Elvis had made some science fiction or horror movies, or at least a horror version of his movies. Wouldn't that be cool? That had all those good actors in it.
Yeah, the closest we ever got to kind of that was a parody movie called Top Secret, where it was made like an Elvis movie, but it was a secret agent adventure movie from the Zucker brothers. Here's some covers that were bought as just covers to frame from the 30s or possibly late 20s. Man, I don't know why these. Oh, here's America in Prophecy. I guess that's what the mark of the beast. It's kind of ugly. Have just that on your forehead.
Looks like Newton, doesn't he?
Yeah, they used to send these flyers out to get you to go to their big seminar on the Book of Revelations. This did not come to me. It went to someone in Irving. It must have been my friend Gavin. Okay, well, this is Spectre Man. Look at this. This is a model kit. This is the front cover. This was a color copy made by my friend Joe Riley that did the Hypnotic Eye. This was a model kit of this monster. That's why Spectre Man is just seen in the background, because he wasn't part of the model kit. But
that's amazing. I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's very
cool. It's a cool monster, yeah.
Yeah.
I love Spectre Man. Spectre Man's great. You can watch it on YouTube, and it has a great theme song, right? That theme song.
Yeah, and if you ever, I'm sure you can see the original Japanese opening credits on YouTube. They're amazing. The original credits sequence.
Yep.
Same thing with Speed Racer. If you ever see the original opening credits, which are similar to the United States credits, it's originally was called Mach a Go Go, but he's riding the Mach 5 through a giant dinosaur skeleton with people shooting at him. It's pretty incredible. This is one of those classic designs. Somewhere I've got a shirt of this design. I must have gotten this at a car show. That's something that needs to be framed. And oh, well, how about that? This Kiss sticker just fell off It has no longer any adhesive at all.
Slipped
It
off
just
of the
fell
back.
off of its. It just slid right off its backing.
I
So
used to
I
have a
guess
poster of that image in my room in, I think, 8th grade. I think I had that.
Yeah, it's weird. There's not even a trace. You can't. Nothing sticky at all on the back.
It completely dried up. All the moisture's completely gone from that.
I
I
guess
see that
so.
a lot. I see that a lot with the toys from the 70s and 80s. You're supposed to
Well, I
apply the
imagine in
stickers.
Arizona.
If you don't apply the stickers when you got it, then you're trying to save it on the sheet. You kind of screwed yourself.
Yeah, so you just have to frame it. That's all you can do.
You
This I
could
made
buy
a copy of.
reproduction stickers and then use those.
I've got a bunch of these prizes for best color work. It's just to advertise King Kong when it came out in 1933. Says, kiddies, here's a contest that is just made to order for you. Just clip out the drawing above, which shows King Kong atop one of New York's tallest skyscrapers with Fay Ray held in one paw. This is just one of the many thrilling scenes from King Kong, which comes to the Sigma for an entire week starting Sunday, April 30th. So this must have been in a newspaper, a local newspaper, wherever the Sigma Theater is. This was a comic strip I did for the magazine The Sophisticate I did. I guess I could show it to you very quickly. There's some inappropriate stuff in it, but it's actually not bad artwork. Putting his fist right through that woman's mouth. She's apparently a Tracy Chapman fan, so that kind of dates when this was done.
Yeah, I just found some weird cards.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at that.
Maybe you can tell me what they are. Weirdos or something.
Oh, I know what those are. Those are I've got some of those. Those are baseball. Man, I think I've got a box over here for that set. It's all messed up. Let me see. Yes, I do. The box is destroyed. I
Look at
don't
this
know
guy.
how to
Oh,
fix
this
this.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, I probably could actually.
Wow, these are great.
They're called baseball's greatest gross outs, I think.
It's probably late 80s, early 90s, maybe.
Maybe early 80s. These are older. Or is there no date on the back?
I'm not seeing dates on them now. Wait, is that one? No.
No, but anyway, there's 14 people watching. If someone would just Google it, baseball's greatest gross outs. Wait, maybe the box has a date.
This one must have been the gum.
Well, there's a UPC code on the bottom, so it's after 76. They're from, I don't think they're from Tops. They're from Leaf.
Yeah, it said Leaf on them, yeah. Is Leaf the same as Donruss?
I don't know. Yeah, I'll show you what the box looks like.
I never had those as a kid. So.
Library 88 says 1988.
Yep.
And it's weird because
1988.
Yeah, look at this. Here's how do I do this? Solo layout. See, baseball's greatest gross out stickers and bubble gum. And it says collect all 88. So and that must be because it was 1988.
Oh, you have
Either
the box,
that
but you
or
don't have the
everyone's
cards?
just a big fan of Adolf Hitler.
You don't have any of the cards? You just have the box?
I have cards, but I have this box, and this is the bottom part. It's destroyed, like I was saying. I
Yeah, that
guess
box
there's
is
a
probably
way possibly to fix it, maybe.
mending tissue that'll fix it.
Um, just
Mindy, did you
sometimes
fix anything?
words, when they're just repeated a lot, become funny. That's one of the things that Harvey Kurtzman discovered in the comic book Mad. He was just, just repeating the name Melvin or Wiebelfeitzer or Verschlugener. It just keeps popping up every few panels, some Polish word that no one's ever heard of. And it just starts to become so hysterically funny you can't stop laughing. Um, there's um I don't know. Let me I I, one of the things that makes me laugh the hardest is, and no one else laughs at it. It's like there's a show, everybody's having a great time and laughing, and I'm just not laughing. But then one of these, there's a guy on the internet that is, I don't know if he runs a store, but it's Hippies Collectibles, and then he'll appear and people will say hello hippie, and I'll start laughing hysterically just because they're saying hello hippie and no one else laughs. But for some reason that's very funny, because to me hippie was always kind of a negative term to me. So when people just say hi, hey hippie, hi, how are you hippie, it just makes me
Rocky, I'll have to send you a link to this guy's video he put up today. He just
laugh.
he goes and reads everybody's bad comments that they made about him. He goes and reads them all.
Oh, I know who that is. That's that guy that gets in trouble all the time for filming in comic stores, right?
Did you watch that video?
I was watching it this morning. Yeah,
Yeah.
what's his name? It's
Sticky Goose.
Sticky Goose, yeah. Yeah, I think he's gotten better, but he used to go into comic stores and say, "Well, where are all your key issues?" And the guy said, "Well, you'll just have to look." And he got mad because the guy didn't separate all the key issues. He had to look through all these non-key issues. It's like, oh man, you're not going to make yourself up. Yeah, well, yeah, this Christmas decoration, I see the wire has been chewed through by some critter. So I guess that goes in the trash.
Yeah, that video made me laugh.
Yeah, I was listening to that. He, yeah, I mean, I'll watch him. He's not one of my favorites, but
No,
I don't.
everybody that made fun of him, they all had points.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably an okay guy. He's got a real nice wife. He brought his wife on one time. She's a lawyer, and
That's what everybody was saying. Yeah.
because he was asking, was I in the right to go to, because he was filming at a convention, and I think one of the guys running the convention kicked him out because he had annoyed people at another convention. He wasn't doing anything wrong that particular day, and I think he just annoyed people because he'd filmed at it's like, when you film at the toy show you were at, if you later went back and put narration over that, and it's like, well, this guy was really charging too much for these books, and then it's on YouTube, and then someone sees, damn man, he was filming me, I didn't know he was going to start putting commentary over it later. And so what happens is that stuff comes back and bites him in the ass later when he tries to go to another convention in the same general several state area. People remember, that's that son of a bitch that's talking about these. So anyway, she seemed really intelligent and nice and everything, but he's someone that collects. Man, I don't know. He's a key issue person, and he doesn't mind slabs, but he's probably okay. Um, I guess. I don't, uh, yeah. So I don't know what's going on. The roof's being replaced, but I don't ever. the first day they were here an hour before they were supposed to be here at 6 in the morning, and that's great. And then, I just never wrote. Then the second day it was a different group, some of the same people, and then the third day no one came. Then it rained, and I had to deal with a leak in this room here, and I managed to catch quickly. And
That's scary. That happened to me at my old shop. They were changing the roof when it was raining, and it started raining
well,
like really hard, and they couldn't cover it in time, and I started losing stuff.
well, the thing is, this house has an old roof, and then they built this roof up above it. So
Yeah, you got lucky. Yeah,
but there's right there in that what used to be a porch, there was a drip coming down pretty quick, and I had to quickly move a bunch of stuff out of there.
the
That was
roof I had
some.
was flat
Oh,
roof. It
yeah,
started
flat
coming in like,
roofs.
yeah, it started coming in bad.
Well, flat roofs were a real cool thing in the 50s, and they looked really neat and everything. And then, but the problem is, over the decades, they start to sag. And yeah, there aren't any flat roofs here, but
The building I'm in right now is a flat roof, but it's brand new.
yeah,
And they use this white foam now. That's pretty good.
yeah, it looks like snow, and it.
Well, I don't know. It's just a white foam that they spray on the top, and it's like a couple inches thick.
There was a house down the street from me in Texas that was a regular suburban house with a slanted roof, but they sprayed that white stuff all over, so it kind of looked like there was snow on it. It looked real bad, but I
Mine
guess
you
they
can't
just did.
mine you can't see. It's because it's up on the top.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
And it's got like fake shingles on the side.
yeah.
They're not even real shingles. They're just for decoration.
So Gratu, I grabbed a stack of Dennis the Menace if you want to take a look at
Oh,
those
yeah, absolutely.
real quick. All right. They're not in any order, but we'll just start.
Okay, is that a 12-cent?
10.
Oh,
10 cents. Let's see. Yeah, right there.
that's good.
Another 10 cent. This is number 52.
Yeah, that's the good time period where
We
Dennis's
used to
hair
do
comes
that.
down a little bit more over his eyes, and he's always got his eyebrows. His
We used to
eyebrows
do
are
that all the
always like
time with
making
the
him look
hose.
really mean. Ugh.
See what he's doing with the hose? We used to do that to kids all the time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this was a number 41. This one's number
Yeah,
60.
that's good.
Number
In Arizona,
61.
you don't even have to use hot water. It comes out of the faucet hot. Here.
Oh yeah. These are great. Were these handed down to you?
Yeah.
Who bought them originally?
Originally, my uncle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was really into Dennis the Menace in early elementary school.
I used to order the Scholastic paperback books, is what I read most. Not a lot of comics, but those books from Scholastic.
Right.
I loved it.
Well, the early comics, and of course in the 70s they would reprint the early ones a lot, and I could always tell that they were really cool. Just like people in the 60s could tell that the Carl Barks Uncle Scrooge comics were better. They just didn't know who the artist was until later. But
So this is a giant one.
yeah.
What do you guys call them? The a square spine?
Is that a square bound?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
That's neat. Does it have a year on it?
Not that I see.
Yeah, well, you don't need to open it, but I was just.
Here's another square bound right here.
Oh wow.
Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, I like the look of that.
I like the ones with Joey. Joey is the kid. He can't talk yet. Is that right? He can't really talk. He's a little
Right.
slow.
Yeah.
Younger.
Yeah.
He's younger. And then Margaret is kind of it's like love-hate relationship there with Margaret down the street.
So this first one,
yeah,
is number 1 square bound. It says number 1. This one here is a number 21 square bound.
Uh-huh.
And then this one it's number 12. Then there was just a couple of others that are not Dennis the Menace that were on the bottom.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm gonna, while you take the camera off of me, I'm gonna take a quick look and see what year.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's one of those little giveaway comics. Yeah.
The Quaker Oats.
1962, Gratu.
62? Oh,
yes,
cool.
62.
Yeah, I got one of those from you with Bugs Bunny on a rocket.
These are hard to sell.
Well, but do people even know you've got them? Oh, I
Maybe
remember
at
you
least
showing that one.
At least 6 people know I have them.
Oh, I don't have that issue. This is your personal collection?
I'd like to at least read them, yeah, first.
Yeah, right.
See if it's 91. This guy looks cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
Look at this guy.
Oh man,
These are all pre-code horror reprints, or is there some new stories? And it seemed like that last one you showed had a new, like what was that? Yeah, it's all pre-code horror, but that first page you showed didn't look old. That one, I think I've got that one. I tried to get that comic every time I saw it.
Now listen here, Pat. You dog faced pony soldier.
Oh yeah. Oh, beautiful. Oh yeah.
Wow, these are nice.
Nice.
Oh, you wanted to see that shrinking head? I need to get shit good.
Cool frosty bird. Four color.
That's from that gigantic collection, right?
These are
From last
Yeah.
summer.
these. What's the story? This is all old Dell four color stuff right here.
That's that giant collection of boxes and boxes he got last summer. And these are ones he pulled for himself.
These are nice.
You remember that? You got some from that collection, didn't you? Or did
I
you?
did.
But then a guy came in and bought all of them before we
Yeah.
could plunder it further.
All that Western stuff that we thought was just going to be there forever that no one would buy, and it was all
Yeah.
gone.
At least I got the 2 John Waynes before that guy struck.
Von Baudet.
That's a new comic. This just came
Yeah,
out.
it looks like this is influenced by Von Baudet, right?
Is that
It's
his
his
son,
son.
maybe?
It's his son, yeah.
Oh, it's his
Yeah,
son. Okay.
his son draws just like him.
Yeah, he does.
I always thought it was pronounced Bode, and then I finally realized, oh, it's Bode. That's why there's an accent mark over it, Baudet.
Oh, here's that great Armory issue
Yeah, that's a funny comic.
with all the G's in it.
Yeah, that you can see interviews with Von Baudet on YouTube. He was kind of like a Jim Morrison kind of T-Rex kind of guy.
Yeah.
He is a typical comic book artist looking guy.
He lived here, and I went to about 10 years ago, I went to a gallery show of his son's art at this place called the 2 a.m. Gallery in San Francisco that I used to go to. And he had a bunch of his work, but then he had some of his dad's work too, including sculpture. But they had this giant piece that's like, I guess it's famous. You've probably seen pictures of it before, but the original was at the show, and it's big. It's like maybe 6 feet by 5 feet or something, and it's maybe a self-portrait of him, but it's done up like he's like Krishna. He has like 10 arms, and he has multiple halos, and there's weird iconography all over it, like mixtures of religion and stuff.
Yeah,
Super metaphysical, LSD looking.
he was kind of like half rock star, half comic artist. Show that Black Rider again and explain the story behind the guy behind the mask.
Oh, that right there, that's Stan Lee.
Yeah, see?
They needed somebody to put the costume on for this picture. And he was there, so he put the costume on.
Pretty neat.
That's great. That's really cool.
So this is the stuff you decided to hold on to from the collections that have come in.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Early Dell.
If you ever sold that one, man, let me know.
That's great.
It's a Nephilim cover.
Really? Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
Oh, that's Joe Biden. I've never seen that one. He's just holding a heart.
Yeah, I love how on these covers are great, but one of the things I love about them is how there's very little wasted space, and anytime there's everybody's doing something, and sometimes it's completely incongruous, doesn't make any sense, but it's just it's outlandish. It's great.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm getting organized here.
Yeah, man, this is the problem. I have the same problem. Like earlier, I was freaking out trying to find out if I have that Castle of Frankenstein. Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, it is. Beautiful.
I think I have that one.
You know, I've discovered recently, you guys, that because I've packed the kitchen about a week ago, but I've left out just a few things, and I've noticed that I can completely survive off of 2 bowls, 2 plates, 3 forks, 3 knives. You understand what I'm saying? Like that
Yeah.
utensil drawer filled with everything that everybody has. I just kept out 1 spatula, 1 slotted spoon, a pair of scissors, and a can opener. I'm realizing all I need is these 4 utensils. It's kind of like the jerk at
That's
the end
what
of the
I
day.
do. And then you just wash it when you're done, and you never have dishes.
I have all
Right.
this. I need to get rid of it to make more room for action figures.
This one has Sylvester Stallone in it. He was originally going to be a GI Joe.
Oh, that's great.
Really?
Yeah, you
There
want to
he
see?
is.
Sure.
Yeah, I do. I haven't seen it, but I can see him there on the cover in his American Rambo. Like,
Oh, I didn't know he was on the cover.
I think that's him on the right underneath the
Looks
eagle,
like him.
the blue shirt. Yeah.
The blue, yeah. The
Oh,
headband.
this guy? No,
bandana on
that's
it.
he's a
Oh
Native
no, it
American.
is.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
see
that's
that
his
now.
name, Warpath or something. And yeah, that's his eagle.
He's the guy that has the eagle. Yeah, Spirit,
Yeah,
I think his name is.
That's
yeah,
cool.
it is. I didn't get that
So
figure.
there's Mutt, Outback, Condo, Quick Kick, Ripcord, Red Dog, Rock and Roll, Roadblock. He'll be in here. We'll come up on him. Scarlet. Oh, there he is. Rocky. Look,
Wow.
Rocky Balboa.
Philadelphia.
He was later changed. They couldn't use his likeness, and they changed him to Big Boa, and they put a helmet on him.
That's unfortunate. It would be so cool. Look, he was an E5. He was a sergeant. Special services. It would have been so cool if they had made that figure, or if there's a prototype of it or something. The head, what the head looked like. Does anybody make like a reproduction to try and do that sort of thing, or they haven't done that?
Classifieds has an unmasked head, and he's just all beat up looking.
Oh, okay. Like you could have looked at like the end of Rocky when he was all swollen up and everything.
Yeah, so they can get away with
Yeah,
his likeness or whatever.
that makes sense.
Those giant cheese balls come into Earth.
Oh yeah, they are. I first saw Rocky as a sneak preview as a second feature after Annie Hall with my sister and mother, right? So I had to sit through Annie Hall, which they loved, and I was like, it's okay. And then Rocky comes on, and it was a sneak preview, so nobody knew what it was. And I absolutely loved Rocky, but my sister and my mom just hated it. So I remember the drive home. I'm like, man, that movie was so great. I'm just talking about. I could tell that they just couldn't stand Rocky.
There he is he's on the back. It's a wraparound cover.
Yeah.
It's got the boxing gloves.
Yeah, it's not a very good likeness of him, though.
I don't think they had the I don't think they were really had the likeness.
Well, maybe. Yeah, I guess I figured that Stallone owned the rights to the name Rocky Balboa.
Hillary? That looks like Hillary.
It
It
is.
is Hillary.
Yeah, look at her face.
Oh man, look at her.
That's a funny drawing. She just looks vicious.
What difference does it make? That looks like that's what she's saying right there. The Benghazi hearing.
Just have the record inside.
Nice.
Didn't they have a record in this one? Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you have to cut it out and trim it?
Yes, that's what the person already did.
I love this. This is one of my. I love that fake TV guide insert. Yeah, that's what we were just kind of talking about. That like the statue maintenance.
Yeah.
The statue of Lucifer.
Yeah, yeah. There are people that think that.
I mean, it
That's
doesn't look like a woman or anything.
yeah, there's that painting from like the 1800s of Lucifer that's in that same pose. It looks just like it.
Here's one of those flag things from the military. This flag was flown in our honor.
That's cool. Cutter. Or guitar.
Guitar, yeah.
I say cutter. It's stuck in my head because that's how we used to pronounce it. But maybe they call it guitar now. But we always call
Here's
it cutter.
Here's another one. Operation Inherent Resolve, 2016.
That's really cool, man, that they did that. And these were guys, this was customers of yours, or how did this start? How did you get to meet these people?
Customer of mine.
And then he got deployed, and then he kind of like did a little sponsor thing to help you out,
Yeah.
or just to honor you. That's
Yeah, here's
awesome.
another one.
Air Force guy.
So those came with a flag?
Yeah. I have at least 2 or 3 flags, yeah. I didn't know I had so many certificates, though. Oh, here's the... Oh, this was a different family. So you have to fill out this form, or a flag request form.
Oh, this is 1st Cavalry. This is an Army thing.
Yeah, this was a different customer.
Yeah, the other guy's Air Force. This guy's Army. Fort Hood.
So, Kevin, do you miss doing the coffee side of things, or was it just one big hassle?
I miss having coffee at any time I want.
I bet.
But I don't miss all the cleanup and everything, and having to pick up supplies and doing all that stuff, and messes when you have somebody spill.
So I assume you had an espresso machine as well, correct?
Yeah, a really nice one.
Yeah. Yeah, those are pricey.
We sold it when we got rid of it. Decided to get rid of it. We sold it to a church that they were gonna start serving coffee at their church before, the service.
Did you also sell pastries, things like that to go with the coffee?
Like, yeah, prepackaged stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With stuff we didn't make it here, but we would sell prepackaged.
Well, I didn't do that.
It's all
It was
right.
nice having Wizard magazine. Even though there was comics weren't so great at this point, this was still a good magazine. I enjoyed Wizard and I enjoyed Toy Fair magazines. I still have both of them.
Yep, they were fun. Need to hang this up.
I really enjoyed the Comics Journal.
Oh, you want to see something terrible? Look at this. That just reminded me of it when it said Indiana Jones. Look at this horrible comic they want me to order. They sent me this signed ash can. Look at the different titles in this thing. The Manchurian, a Chinese James Bond. The Sacred Damned, a Muslim John Constantine. Moondog, a family of East African werewolves.
In Miami.
Mother effing monsters. Evil Dead for black nerds. Finders Keepers, a reverse Indiana Jones. So they go to the place
museum.
where, yeah, they go to the
Go to the
museum.
museum and
They
steal it out of the
they
museum.
steal it and they put it back in the ground.
Yeah, return it back to the indigenous people. Like
Yeah, they
it's just
take
equity.
it and bury it back in the ground.
Yeah. Brilliant concept. I'm sure they're going to sell millions.
It's just so terrible.
Oh
how timely the Manchurian is hilarious. That's very timely and funny, right? Because of what's going on right now. The Chinese, I mean, that's really, they should be investigated. Somebody needs to call the feds on these people. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. But I mean, that's kind of funny. The irony.
What does it show you at the TV development at the bottom? It says something about the good Asian is development for TV. Something.
I like this. Every other writer involved sells regularly in film and TV.
That's funny. I'm curious about the ethnicity or how these creators identify, because unless these people identify, I don't want anything about a Chinese James Bond unless it's written by somebody who's actually Chinese. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Oh, there you go. Right there.
Okay. I want to see you make sure everybody's represented. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. It's legit. Oh, look at the guy in the pork pie. Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
The only one I know is Terry Dodson.
Well, what do they show the comic covers on the inside front cover? What do they look like?
They sent me a letter too saying, we'd hate if you sold this on eBay right away and flipped it, but it's okay. You can do what you want with it.
That's funny.
In other words, we know this is valuable and that it's a collectible. It's okay if you because they signed it.
It's what number of 198 is it?
41? Is that what it says?
Looks like it.
Okay.
Terrific.
Yeah, it's nice to see somebody pushing against the machine like this. You know, somebody standing up to the man, right?
Right.
Really speaking it to the patriarchy and to the capital, or what are they, capitalist, whatever. I don't know. I'm forgetting. Anyway, that's what Biden always says. I love how Biden at the end, when he trails off, he'll go anyway, and then that'll be the end. It's just he'll say anyway, and then it'll be a period, and that'll be it.
That's what you say when you forgot what you're gonna say. Right? You forgot what you're gonna say, and you just want to end it.
Exactly.
Well, anyway.
That's
yeah. That's how he doesn't quite get to the end of the story, and then he just was, well, anyway.
Yeah. So those are metal signs.
Yeah, I need to hang this up. It's like a big license plate. There's a license plate right here. It's a little bit bigger. Made out of the same metal.
That's Stephen King's vanity plate right there.
Oh, there's Maine. That'll go good with your Maine sticker that you got.
Yeah.
Is that a name of a city? Vacationland?
No, that's the state. That's like the nickname of the state.
Oh. see what I got in here. That's my cover for my store we did.
Oh, cool.
Oh, here's a page I found from Jonah Hex. Pretty cool.
Oh,
Issue 35, page 19.
Look at that with an American flag on it in the corner. That's a nice page.
Yeah. There's another American flag there. Yeah, I forgot I had this. Let's see if it has the artist. Okay, pencil by Dick Ayers, 1980. 7980. Dick Ayers. Does that say something? CB story?
That's cool.
Who's CB? You guys know who CB is?
Comic
no.
book story.
Oh,
It's not.
yeah.
It's not CB Cebulski. It's not him. I guarantee that. Michael Bendis. He's a writer, but I didn't know he was also an artist. He was the one that came up with Miles Morales. I
Oh,
think, right? Yeah. This is a cool page. This needs to be framed. It's not the best page, but Bernie Wrightson.
oh.
Page 1 of a book called City of Others. It's a crappy book. Oh, look at there's immigration. U.S. Customs something. See if there's anything, nothing on the back. I think I bought it just because it was a cheap Bernie Wrightson art.
Oh.
A friend of mine drew that for me.
That's cool.
It's this, oh, the Haunted Mansion.
That was a nice print.
Another one.
Very
Inside
cool.
the ballroom. This one's cool.
Yeah, those are real nice prints.
There's one that looks like a comic book.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Should have those framed.
They're already matted, so it's easy to frame them.
Yeah.
Burt Reynolds
Kevin,
autograph.
Cool.
Hey, Kevin, have they ever made reproductions of the paintings from the elevator room at the entrance to the mansion?
Yeah.
You know, the one we're
Yes,
talking
they
about?
have.
The stretching portraits. Yeah.
Yes, they
Did they
have.
make
Yep.
they made repros of those? That's cool.
Yeah. They even sell because those things wear out, and they sell them in auctions all the time.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Like every few years, they replace the original ones.
Oh, so originals are out there that people purchase. Yeah, okay. That's cool. That's nice. I
They
love
replace
that
them so often that I don't think they're not even that expensive.
Beverly Garland's in that movie. Well, that's cool that they're somewhat affordable. These are nice.
Is that
These are
one-
just print.
Is that one signed?
These prints I'm showing you right now.
Yeah, are some of those signed?
No, none of these are signed.
Okay.
They're just they're actually this is how they come like this, and they come with a magazine.
Okay.
I'll show you in a second here how they come.
Oh, and are they reprints of Spacemen?
Yeah, watch. Here it is right
War
here.
Men?
This is how they come. They come shrink wrapped with the magazine.
Oh, neat.
That's cool.
How many prints come with the magazine?
How many what? How many prints?
Yeah, how many prints are in with each magazine?
That's a good question. I think there's 2, but I might be mistaken. It's either 1 or 2.
Those are nice reproductions.
Is this just a straight reproduction, or is it different?
That's something original.
Is
That's
it
not an old one. It's made to look old, but there was never anything that looked quite like that.
same with this one? I feel like I've seen this one.
It's cool.
I don't think that's real, but it's cool looking.
Yeah.
It sure is. That was the name of the
That one I
theater.
think's real. I mean,
That
it's
was
a
the
real
name.
design.
That one you think's real?
Yeah.
It's graphics man stuff. Sent me.
Yeah, those are great.
Sent me a bunch of those.
That's one of the better ones there.
That Richie Rich is pretty good, yeah.
Yeah,
This is really cool.
that's nice.
Yeah, the Submariner one was I think the masterpiece.
I like Richie Rich Bitcoin. I think
Oh,
that's
look,
fun.
there's one of those sheets I got a couple years ago.
That's nice. Good job.
And a Sea Monkey collage of ads.
I can't wait to when I get moved in there. One of the first things I'm going to get framed and set up and hang up is that uncut horror Valentine card sheet. Remember that?
Oh, the one that you have?
Yeah, I think Gratsu got one too. That I bought it from you.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of an unusual shape. That's going to be. I have to find a frame for that. But it's that uncut sheet of Monster Valentine's Day cards.
This is cool, huh?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
This one's cool. Oh, it's wrapped in plastic. It's hard to see it.
Oh yeah.
Richard Corbin?
No, it's
Oh no.
it's Robert Jimenez. He's a Garbage Pail Kid artist, but he does a lot of tiki stuff.
So you remember the end of the ride of Pirates of the Caribbean when you're coming out and you're going by the pile of gold and the skeletons, all that stuff? Didn't you just want to step out of that when you were a kid? It was like, man, I just really wanted to get out of the boat in the ride when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Really, the whole ride. I wanted to get out. I wanted to sneak out and like hide and stay there.
There was some futuristic house that you in Disney World or Disneyland that you'd go through on a little tram, and these guys this might have been before YouTube, but there's a video on YouTube somewhere where they would escape the little buggies and just hang out for hours in this Jetsons looking house, and then jump back into the car at some point. I don't know. It's wish I could remember. I saw that years ago.
I think
like
Disney is a
real
stickler about that sort of thing. They don't like anybody talking about it, and they remove videos or ban people for life that show that sort of thing. And like my idea as a kid, I thought of writing that into a script many times, but then I think about it, it would be difficult to do anything with. I guess I could do whatever I want with it, but it makes sense that why no one else has ever done anything like that. Like a Disney movie about a kid who sneaks away from his family and hides out on Tom Sawyer's Island. You understand what I'm saying? The reason why they would never make that story into a movie, but it's still a cool story. a kid that like
Yeah.
lives underneath the subterranean control rooms of the animatronics and sneaks around,
That'd be
and comes
great.
out at night.
Do you
Yeah.
remember that guy that was living inside Walmart for a long time? He's living in there for like months.
I think I heard
I
about that.
remember hearing a story about them finding a person living inside between the aisles or behind the boxes or something. Or
Yeah, it was like in the, I think in the pet food, in between the dog food aisles.
it's just a brilliant idea. He had it all stacked up like sandbags. He's all hiding behind it, sleeping
And
during the day.
he would cook up food at night. He would like, that's how he got caught. He was open.
Barbecue.
No, he opened
That's
one of the
brilliant.
microwaves. He opened one of the microwaves and was microwaving food.
See that's a movie. I mean, to me, that's funny.
It is.
That's
great.
But you could probably there's liability reasons why you could never get a project like that funded or something. I don't know. But that's a funny story right there.
It is. That's great.
There was a book I read when I was a kid. I can't Mrs. Fitz something. It's about little kids that they run away and they hide out inside of maybe the main library in New York City or the Museum of Natural History or something. I mean, they made that movie with Robin Williams later, but I feel like it was a book that we read when we were kids. It was like one of those scholastic books.
Well, too, I found it.
Oh, the catalog for the Roger Hill auction.
Yeah, I've been looking around for that. Somebody wanted to see it.
Yeah, that's neat. Yeah, he was one of the major EC Comics advocates, collectors, put out EC fanzines, and he just passed away a few months ago. And I guess they're auctioning off his giant collection of original art and comic books.
That's just such an interesting idea of that guy walking around inside of Walmart at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and he's like trying on clothes, like getting new flip flops, doing coloring books or making puzzles. What would he be doing in Walmart like all night? Just playing like games and stuff, video games. It's just crazy. It's a
Well,
funny
what are
idea.
Walmart's hours?
They used to be pretty late, but now they changed them. Some of
Yeah,
them
they're
used to be
probably
24/7.
yeah. The one where my old one used to be 24 hours before I lived in the city. In Sacramento,
They
it's 24 hours.
change it where they close at 9 or 10 now, I think.
Well, I guess I'm thinking of the Walmart supermarkets. Those are different, I guess. I think they might be 24 hours, or maybe they used to be.
Oh, that's great. Down to the Baskervilles, is that what that is? Yep.
Must be.
Yeah, down to the Baskervilles.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to call it a night. It's midnight here.
Yeah, and I always end at 11 because that's when Cleo gets off work. I think she's stuck on some call that's keeping her a few minutes late, but I always end at this time. But yeah, that's cool. Let me get to everyone. Well, we'll see everybody soon, and
Take care, everyone. It's good seeing you guys.
bye.
Thanks
See you guys.
for having me. See you guys.
Take care.
See you guys.
Talk to you guys later.
Bye. Monster Kid EC Fuzzbox says Konnichiwa Gratu. Ghoul afternoon from Japan. Man, I wonder what time it is in Japan. I am one
Probably
of
morning.
this. It's morning.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I remember Monster Kid EC Fuzzbox was in the chat a while back. That'd be cool to have you on sometime if you'd like to come on the show. But I guess I'm gonna ring off, and maybe I'll when I might do it. Maybe I'll do a show Saturday or Sunday, but I won't be doing one tomorrow because my wife's off tomorrow, and we might go to a demolition derby if she's feeling good enough, and I'll film that. So I guess I will do a show tomorrow night. I'll film a demolition derby. Anyway, guys, I will talk to you guys real soon. Take care, and I'll go ahead and end this the show up.